present in the meeting, good morning. I propose that we start the meeting, and Lindiwe has told me that at least we can start. We are quorum. Can we start by bowing our heads where we are, honorable members and stakeholders? Amen. Thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting is officially opened. I wish to welcome everyone in the meeting. I know for a fact that there are those that will be rushing for the bus and rushing for the sitting. Let's try our level best not to at least reach even 2:30, but try to finish up by 2:00 if it is possible. I'm not going to do a lot of opening and welcoming remarks, except to say we are just coming from a Heroes and Heroines month that was April. We thought of all those that have passed away and has managed to live for the best of their life for us. We still have to say that it's not only April month, but it must also continue throughout the year. This month is a workers' month, which we are also workers in style, which we should look after them and care for them and make sure that they have at least enjoying their rights that they have voted for. I know for a fact there's still a lot to do, like amending the constitution in terms of the gaps that we left then when we were doing our constitution, though we know that there are Bill of Rights in that constitution which tries to cover every right for everyone in the country. Honorable members, let's not even waste time by talking about that, because these things that we're talking about, it's things that we know. But I appeal to honorable members to once more make sure that we do the service delivery to our people that have voted for us. But it mustn't be a one show in terms of looking at the ANC's failures, but rather to hold hands together as people that have been voted, not only throwing stone to one another. That is my appeal for now. And we're left with few months to go for elections. And we have to work very hard so that the people are not disappointed by choosing us to represent them in the National Assembly. Those words, I think I welcome everybody. I also welcome Office of the AG that is also going to present us everything. There must be no stone unturned. So we'll wait for them, but Lindy, in your agenda, you have to flight it so as to first adopt it and see what is it that needs to be added and also be deleted if necessary. Thank you, Lindy. Go up, Lindy.
Okay, Chair. Sorry, Chair.
Okay. Before we do the agenda or apologies, let's include the introduction by MPs, support staff, and the departmental officials. And then we can include that with the apologies. I hope I am being known. My name is Nonkosi Mvana. I am given a task to chair this Committee of Social Development. Can we request others to introduce themselves also? Who's the next one?
Thank you, Chair. My name is
Yes.
Jane Mangani. I'm also the member of this committee.
Thank you, Meje.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the committee. My name is Paulita Marais, and I'm from the EFF. I'm part of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next one.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I represent the IFP on this portfolio committee. Good morning to you and our colleagues.
Thank you very much, Liesel, and good morning. The next one.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone in the meeting. My name is Bridget Masango, the member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget, and Monique. The next one.
Morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Temi Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Morning, and the next one.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everybody. My name is Alexandra Abrams. I'm representing the Democratic Alliance and member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. The next one. There's Honorable Kate. I don't see her. Can we get to Honorable Aris? I don't see her. Thank you very much for those. I see Honorable Stock.
Chairperson,
Yes.
Honorable Aris had a problem with the link. So I send now another link so that you can try to get in again.
Okay. Thank you for that message. We'll give herself a chance when she arrives. Honorable Stock.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, my colleagues, departmental officials, everyone in the platform. My name is Dikgang Stock. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Stock. For now, I think we have introduced ourselves as Honorable Member. And yes. Or is there that new person, Honorable Stock, present?
No, Chair, I was trying to follow up Honorable Louisa Peterson. I was trying to follow up now because I checked on the gadget. She's not logged in.
Yeah, she's not logged. Okay.
Let me follow up quickly.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Stock. Okay, can we then will allow the officials to introduce themselves when they are presenting or talking, and then we can just get to the AG also when they are given a chance to do the briefing. We'll give them a chance. Otherwise, I welcome everyone. I wanted people to understand who is in the meeting and who's not in the meeting. Lindy, can we give you the chance for the apologies?
Thank you very much, Chair. I have an apology from Member Sukers, who indicated that she won't be with us today due to prior engagement. Also, Chair, to note that Member Masango and Member Abrams would want to be excused from 12 to 1 to attend to party prior engagements, and they will come back at 1 o'clock. Those are the apologies, Chair, and the department will join at 10:30. I didn't receive any apologies from them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Lindiwe. And I know for a fact that in the meeting we've got Yoli, we've got Sia, we've got Lindiwe, as you have seen Lindiwe presenting the agenda yet. Lindiwe, let's adopt the agenda first, honorable members. The agenda is as follows: briefing by the AG's office, and then they will have the committee deliberations, and then after will be joined by the department, and then they will also joined by the minister, where we'll be able to give to do the political overview, and then we go to the briefing by them, and then we discuss the presentation. That will be Oh, there's also consideration and adoption of the draft 2, which I expect, Lindy, you have corrected that you will definitely have the what is this? The one for the bill, but we will start with Limpopo, followed by Mpumalanga. You have corrected that, and then we will adjourn the meeting. Can we adopt, honorable members, the agenda as it has been proposed?
Good
Chair, I will
morning,
move
Chair.
for the
Then again,
adoption.
I would like to adopt the agenda as presented. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masango. Any seconder to the?
I will second, Chairperson.
Thank you, Comrade or Honorable Lizelle. Thank you very much. Let's proceed then. Can we also give over to the AG's office to introduce themselves and also to present the briefing that is critical? Over to you, AG's office.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you, Chair and honorable members. We appreciate this opportunity today to brief you on the APPs as well as the material irregularities. Chairperson, I'm joined this morning by Mr. Faisal Jogi, who's the Senior Manager responsible for the Portfolio for Social Development. Maybe I'll just give him a chance maybe to also introduce himself and later on when he starts with the presentation. I will do the first few slides and then I'll hand over to Mr. Jogi. Again, good morning to all the invited guests as well on the platform this morning. Chairperson, we were invited indeed to present on our review of the APPs as well as the material irregularities. However, we also included some insights from the status of records review, which is a tool that we basically use to assess if there's progress in terms of implementing the action plans and also identify any other risks that we want to bring to the attention of the accounting officer and the accounting authorities. Chairperson, as I start with, first off with our mandate is the Office of the Auditor-General. We are responsible for auditing the public sector. So we have a constitutional mandate. We are a Supreme Audit Institution of South Africa. We exist to strengthen this country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. As part of our presentation today, we also want to talk to you about our strategy that we are implementing as the AG's office. So the current Auditor General is implementing a new strategy. It's now 2 years of implementation. It's called Culture Shift 2030. And the reason for that is because we want to move our entities towards doing good for the public. So we're saying that we also as Auditor General, we are citizens before we are the officials from this institution. So we want to see the entities moving towards ensuring that there is service delivery for the citizens of this country. And part of this strategy then has come up with the concept of accountability ecosystem. We are saying that we all have a role to play in enabling government to ensure that there is service delivery. So this accountability ecosystem then shows that there are specific roles and responsibilities for everyone towards ensuring that we build a South Africa that focuses on the citizen. So on the left-hand side of this picture that we are currently showing, Chair, it shows in the main decision makers. So you note that there are officials that is basically on the ground ensuring that there is service delivery. When you look at this portfolio for social development, we must ensure that indeed those that are supposed to receive the grants do receive them and they receive them on time. So the officials play a critical role in that respect. And then the senior management and their role is basically mainly to ensure that or to monitor what is being done by officials. First, to ensure that there is service delivery and also to ensure that what they are doing is in line with legislation. And if there is non-compliance, they must also deal with that. We also have then the accounting officer or accounting authority that is responsible for ensuring that if there are transgressions, there is consequence management. And also if there are gaps in terms of delivering on the mandate, they must then implement actions to address those gaps towards ensuring that whatever is approved in terms of the annual performance plans is achieved at the end of each financial year. I also highlight the role of the internal audit and audit committees, because these are also institutions that are legislated by the PFMA to support the accounting officer. So their role is critical to ensure that they identify internal control deficiencies on time and warn the accounting officer to close those gaps even before we come in as Auditor-General to audit those environments. Then we have the executive authority, which is the head, political head of those of that portfolio, which must then direct the accounting office or authority towards implementing the mandate of the department or the entity. Then on the right-hand side, Chair and members, you have then the national executive leadership. You have coordinating departments, which are also critical in terms of supporting other departments towards implementing the mandates, departments like planning, monitoring, and evaluation, that also give guidance in terms of planning as we are looking at the APPs. There's National Treasury that gives guidance in terms of compliance with legislation or accounting standards, and then Public Service and Administration when it comes to issues of recruitment. So they also have a role to play in this accountability ecosystem, and they must do so timeously. Then we have Parliament, the portfolio committees, and SCOPA, as we are here today to brief the portfolio committee, because your role is to ensure that you provide oversight on the departments and the entities. So a critical role indeed. So we are saying that as AG, we are not outside of this ecosystem. So that's why we've also included ourselves at the center of this ecosystem. And our role as we implement our strategy will be then to provide fruitful insights to the accounting officers and authorities, and the insights that will influence them towards driving accountability in the public sector, and also ensuring that there's full compliance with legislation, ensuring that there's ethical leadership within their institutions. But we're saying that if the influence alone does not allow them or enable them to drive that accountability, we will then use our enforcement powers in line with the extended mandate of the Public Audit Act. However, we would like to use influence as far as possible, but if necessary, we'll use our enforcement powers. And we are doing all of this because the focus is on the citizen of this country. If we move on to the next few slides, Chair, it's also then just highlighting what our strategy entails, our Culture Shift 2030. So the main reason for this change was really because we want to have a more direct and constant impact in terms of improving the lived experiences of the South Africans. And like I said, we have identified this concept of accountability ecosystem as the one that will also enable us to drive this Culture Shift 2030. Then we will also then analyze our entities between those that are doing what is required in terms of their mandates. Again, looking at how the APPs are put together, we'll look at relevance of the indicators to say that are the indicators aligned with the mandates of the institutions, which will then also enable us to give those insights early on to the accounting office or accounting authority. There are 6 strategic goals that are entailed in our strategy. We are saying that the work that we are doing will be done in a manner that is sustainable and efficient in order to shift the public sector culture towards doing good, towards institutions that are characterized by transparency, integrity, and accountability. And we're doing so through those 3 main goals that are mentioned in the ecosystem, which is to provide insights that will drive action towards ensuring that we provide influence to move our stakeholders towards doing good. And lastly, we will use enforcement powers if it is necessary. Chairperson, this slide just highlights then our implementation approach and plan. As I indicated, this Casualty 2030 is running now for the second year, and we are looking at a full implementation by 2030. Why 2030 was because we knew that changing culture, it's not something that you can do within a short space of time. However, we'll then roll out the implementation until the year 2030. We have started already. We are already also communicating the strategy to all our stakeholders, including the Department, Social Development, and also SASSA. And we have obtained commitments from them to also indicate how they'll shift the culture towards the one that will benefit the citizen. When it comes to SASSA specifically, we have engaged the Accounting Authority, which is the Chief Executive Officer, and our focus was really on ensuring that there is proper consequence management that is done on a timely basis to prevent fraud and losses from occurring within social SASSA. And we did receive commitments from them, the CEO, to ensure that there is indeed consequence management within SASSA. Some of the commitments that were provided by the CEO includes ensuring that there's timely finalization of long outstanding cases that they are currently looking into, and ensuring that they do follow up with National Treasury where there are cases that have been submitted for condonement, so that those matters can then be removed from the balance of irregular expenditure or fruitless wasteful expenditure. But we know that National Treasury will only remove them once there's been investigations and that there's been consequence management in terms of ensuring that the disciplinary actions that are conducted where it's required. So the impact that we foresee then, if SASSA does implement these commitments, is that there will be reduction in irregular fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and that there will be mitigations and prevention of further losses when it comes to grant payments, and also in relation to procurement and other losses. Chairperson, I will pause here and then allow Mr. Jogi to give us insights when it comes to the material irregularities, which is part of our enforcement objective. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you, Mbali.
Thank you. Yeah, let's give over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, and Honorable Members, I will take the committee through the MIs, the status of records review, and the APP reviews that we have done. With regards to the MIs, just to give a brief the stuff on the MI itself. MI is when we identify any non-compliance with or contravention of legislation, if there's any fraud or theft that could have occurred, or breach of fiduciary duty that we identified during our audit, which has resulted or is likely to result in a material financial loss. They could loss of material public institution or the general public. Once we identify it, we then refer the material irregularity to, we then notify the accounting officer, accounting authority of the material irregularity. They've got time to respond to us on that notification to say what have they done in that particular regard to resolve this material irregularity. If we're not too happy with the response that we receive from the accounting officer, accounting authority, we can refer the material irregularity to a relevant public body for further investigation, or we could then issue a recommendation or a report for them what they need to do in order to resolve the material irregularity. And if they further fail to implement those recommendations, there can be binding actions to implement for those recommendations. And if all processes fail and we're still not happy that the material irregularity is resolved, we then issue a certificate of debt for the failure to implement the remedial action and the financial loss. So Mbali did indicate during her presentation that part of this is part of our enforcement, where we try to influence as much as possible the changes that needs to take place in order to improve the accounting records as well as the control environment in the entity. But if all things does not happy, then we then look at our enforcement and apply the powers, and this is where we come into the MI. The overall aim is to instill of the expanded mandate is to instill a culture of accountability, improve the protection of resources throughout government, enhance public sector performance, encourage ethical behavior. So if you don't have ethical behavior and you don't have that encouragement and enhancing the public sector performance, you stand a chance of weak internal controls, preventative measures not taking place, which then will result in losses for the department and further than material irregularities being identified. So these are the key issues that we discussed from the material irregularities. We have been implementing the material irregularities within SASSA for the last 2 years. The department, we started off in the 2022-23 financial year where we started looking at the material irregularities and for the funds and that we started from this current financial year. This slide, Honorable Chair, is just on the roles and responsibilities in dealing with the MI. It gives you, once the MI is identified in the particular stuff, how the accounting officer needs to deal with it. When it's referred to a public body, what's this about the AGSA involvement in this? If a recommendation is included in the report, and you can see we did include a recommendation in the SASSA audit report, it's important that the accounting officer implements those recommendations by the date as we stipulated. And as AGSA, we follow up on the stipulated date that the recommendations were implemented and outcomes were reasonable. If not, then we go for remedial action if need be. And then it also gives the remedial action the different involvement of the different personnel as well as executive and oversight. As you can see, most of the stuff it is monitoring the progress of in terms of executive and oversight of the MI, getting updates with regards to the MI, requesting action plans to see how the MI has been resolved. What are the reasons from oversight can find out as to why the accounting or the MI has not been resolved and what is hindering the resolvement there. So it plays both the executive and oversight, which includes your portfolio committee, plays a big role in ensuring that those MIs and especially the controls where resulted in those financial loss have been properly implemented to prevent further reoccurrence of those losses. Honorable Chair, this slide just gives you from the time as the Auditor-General, when we started introducing the MIs, what has taken place and what has and what we managed to recover and how the impact of the MI has been. Majority of the MIs were in result to non-compliance and fraud, resulting in material loss of about 469 of those 179 was material financial loss, estimated at about close to 12 billion that was identified. 9 was substantial harm to the public, and only 1 was misuse of public sector resources. We further identified that no actions were taken to address 82% until we issued. So until we issued the notifications, nothing was being done by a number of departments and entities. Once we issued them, then only action started taking place. So what has actually action taken by the auditors? Further, once we issued, they managed to prevent financial loss from taking place for about 636 million. Further losses were prevented. 509 million financial losses is in the process of recovery. So we're getting in the process to recover those money, and 14 million was already recovered. What further happened that they completed disciplinary processes for those officials that were held responsible after they did the investigations and they follow up in terms of the MI. So 36 responsible were identified. There were about 15 fraud and criminal investigations instituted and charges laid, and 5 stop supplier contracts where they stopped the contracts for suppliers where money was being lost has been stopped. Then we've just given some of the examples of actions taken by the auditees in those there where we've had good results because of the MIs that were issued in that particular regard. As previously indicated, the MI for SASSA, we issued 3 MIs by the year ended 31st March 2022. We just give you an update on those. On this, the first one was the 74 million where the payment was made for services not rendered to a previous service provider with regards to the payments where they should not have made, where SASSA did the work on making sure that the that they paid directly into the bank accounts. This was in 2018. And yet the service provider at that time still charged them for work they did not do. There was, based on the response we received from the accounting authority, there was investigations to have taken place. The investigations did take place, and there was some recommendations in the investigations report, which they need to have to follow up in terms of getting legal opinion, etc., in terms of whether disciplinary action should be taken against some of the members involved in that particular payment of the 74 million. The accounting authority, the CEO, indicated that that process should be finalized by the end of April and do whatever necessary is. As we just passed April, we have asked them for update on this, and we will follow up to see if adequate actions and if there's any disciplinary actions going to be taken against those officials. We also note that the liquidation of that previous company that got paid the 74 million is still in progress. That they continue to form part of the liquidation process to see what they can recover in that amount, if any it is possible. And we will follow up and report accordingly in respect of this one here. The other one is the 316 million that was paid to the service provider for where it was also in, I think, 2012, 2013, when it's the same service provider as 74 million, where it related where they expanded the contract. And it was not in terms, the work that they done was part of the initial contract, and it shouldn't have been an expansion of the contract. This is the one where the courts ruled that the service provider should pay that amount back with interest. As I indicated, the service provider is in liquidation, and SASSA is still involved in trying to recover as much as possible from the service provider. The accounting authority has responded to us, and we have evaluated the response, and we have taken that adequate actions has been taken to resolve this MI by the accounting authority. One of the biggest issues in terms was a legal opinion to see if there's any action can be taken against the previous CEO who was, or staff that was involved in this process. And due to the prescription period and other issues, there was nothing further they can do. So we were quite happy in terms of whatever actions have been taken to date and what is still going to be taken in terms of the liquidation. And therefore, we take this MI as being resolved. For now, it's not an MI, it's been resolved. The other issue is the 350 grants MI, where we identified payments made to ineligible applicants. We issued recommendations. There were 3 recommendations we issued in our audit report, where the accounting authority had to implement those recommendations by the 29th of January, 2023. We did receive the response from the accounting authority on the implementation. It was quite a detailed analysis of the response. What we then evaluated the accounting authority's response, and I think it was last week sometime, we are overall satisfied that there is adequate actions taken to prevent further losses in this particular regard. But there is still a lot of amounts outstanding. There has been some recovery being made. I think at the end of January, it's about 134 million recovery that has been obtained. Based on further information discussion, it seems that amount has increased tremendously. But we will be going, and we've issued to the accounting authority a further 6 months where they need to improve those controls and ensure that they can recover as much as possible of those MIs, and then they provide monthly, bi-monthly feedback, every 2 months feedback in terms of these particular recommendations of how they're resolving these issues. So we're still in the process, and we'll extend them additional time to see if we can recover as much possible and how much of that can be recovered in that, especially for those working in the state, which is more, and so that they can take more actions and have more meetings with necessary entities, as well as get the department involved in the recovery of those amounts as such. Honorable Chair, those are the MIs that we have issued in the prior year. We are in the current year looking at further MIs, and we have issued some notifications, but we're still waiting for management to, or management has just provided us a response. We will evaluate to determine if it's the MI or not. And we will provide update in that when we do issue our audit report, depending on if it is an MI or not an MI, and what the progress is in that particular regard. We also did a status of records review. A status of records review is basically one of the areas where Bali highlighted, where we try to influence management to start to improve the controls. It's an early review system that we do before financial year. And normally we do it in January, or we start off it already in December and try to finish by January so that we can discuss with management. So if there's any control weaknesses, they can start improving those weaknesses and start putting preventative measures in place. And so that before financial year, they can clear some of those issues. The key issues we're highlighting on there, the document is much more detailed document that we discuss with management, but these are the key issues.
Recording in progress.
That we discuss with management. On the financial management on the department, we have taken notice that the unauthorized expenditure is still sitting in the financial statements of the department. This unauthorized expenditure arose not because of the fault of the department, it was the early payments of the April 2020 grants when the lockdown occurred. It was then decided that they make payments in March for those grants. As a result of that, they overspent the budget for that financial year ending 2020 during the COVID lockdown, and this resulted in unauthorized expenditure. The unauthorized expenditure has been from then shown in the books of the department, and it needs to be cleared by our National Treasury and SCOPA, and they're waiting for that process to happen. So as I indicated, it's not something that the department is guilty of, but it was something that had to be that time that resulted in this unauthorized expenditure. And they just need to make sure that follow up with National Treasury to see if they can get that unauthorized expenditure clear. The other issue on the financial management that we discussed is the grant that they should consult, the DSC should consult to SASSA in the recoverable all grant debtors. It's a very high amount in the financial statements, sitting at 1.2 billion to see how much they can recover, and if not possible, to go on a process of write-off, which is a very high amount. It then shows that the asset could be overstated on their financial statements on the debtors. Performance management, we reviewed the quarterly targets that were achieved. Most of the targets at the end of December were achieved, with the exception of 2 targets within the welfare service and policy development and implementation support that was not achieved. We also looked at the procurement plans to see and the dates that were there, and we then picked up that there were about 55 bids that were planned to be awarded by the end of December, were not yet awarded as per the procurement plan. If this is the case and the procurement does not take place, it does impact on service delivery, so they need to be sure that they stick to the plan and award the bids at a timely basis so that proper service delivery can take place, or that we don't have any disruption in services or whatever it may be in that particular regard. Compliance management, overall we were that there is investigations taking place, but there is still to finalize those investigations. It's just taking longer than expected. And that whenever there was anyone that permitted irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, should follow the irregular expenditure framework and ensure that there's disciplinary steps and investigations being taken against those who permitted those irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. On the financial health, as I indicated, the biggest issue that we have is the grant debtors, which is more than R1 billion. And we know in terms of the financial statements of the majority of that R1 billion is not recoverable. In terms of the modified cash standard, it does not allow you to impair or write off the debtor until it goes over through National Treasury and get the approval thereof. So indirectly, the amount in the financial statements is for that is overstated. The debtor is overstated, the asset is thus overstated, which knowing you cannot receive the R1 billion. In the notes to the financial statements, they do indicate, they do put a provision for the impairment, but it doesn't reduce the amount in the financial statement. So that's of a big concern. In that they should get the necessary right of approval from Treasury so that they can reduce that amount and come to a more realistic figure of that asset amount, which can be recoverable. I know for the year ended 31st March 2023, National Treasury has given the department to write off 500 million of those debtors, provided they do have savings in their income statement. If they do have savings of about over 500 million, they can write off 500 million of the 1 billion debtors, which will then give a better impact on the financial health data that should be recovered in terms of the financial statements, but they should continue to identify those that are not recoverable and go towards the write-off of those debtors. Regards to SASSA, on SASSA, we also looked at it at the end of December. What we picked up is there has been an increase in staff debtors from the prior year. Majority of this debtors is with regards to bursaries as well as losses that was incurred in damages and other losses that could have incurred where staff were involved. So there was an increase in there, so it's of concern. And one of the stuff is that once action is taken on a more timely basis on these particular losses, we should start seeing a reduction in those staff debtors, and they should ensure that they have adequate measures in place to recover those staff debtors. The other issue is a depreciation issue. It's an accounting, the way they treat the depreciation compared to what the GRAP standard is, that the depreciation is normally calculated. Even if they bring the asset in towards the end of the month or month end, it calculates for the whole month, which is inconsistent. We have had subsequent meetings with National Treasury in this particular regard, and SASSA has also met the National Treasury to see how best we can resolve this depreciation issue. So we're waiting back from National Treasury in terms of if they're allowed to, if the asset is brought or disposed at a particular, today proportionally per the number of days for the month, or they're allowed to utilize the whole month. So it's something we are looking into. We also looked at the performance management for SASSA in terms of their achievement in it. What we have picked up that for one of the targets, number of social grants applications approved, the way they reported in their quarterly reports, and as such, they make reference to the regions for those particular targets, but the annual performance plan does not have the regions and how the regions are broken up. So the total targets in the quarterly reports, we cannot confirm the budgeted amounts in the quarterly reports to the APP because it doesn't have that particular breakdown. So it was an inconsistency, which they have indicated that they will make sure that they report as per the annual performance plan in that particular regard, and don't have it per the quarterly the breakdown per the provinces. Because if you have the breakdown per provinces, we need to order that breakdown against what you have initially budgeted for, which they do not have that particular information on the APP. We further identified there were 5 targets within program 2. There's only 2 programs in SASSA. One is administration, and the other one is program 2 is your grants administration and payment system program. That 5 programs have been underperformed as per the quarter 2 reports, which management has substantiated that they have improved this, and most of them would have been expected to be achieved by the end of the financial year. Similar to DSD, we also looked at the procurement plan. What we picked up, there were about 40 leases of buildings that were not yet started, that we were to go out on the procurement. Has not started as at the 31st December 2022. So that's also of a concern that they should have started that process early in that particular regards. We still pick up that there were in the HR that there were 2 officials in the SM positions that were charged of acts of misconduct for contravening the supply chain management policies. And from that date, 5 months at the end of December, these employees is not yet charged. And we recommended that they put the necessary charges and investigations take place, and we will follow up this on our final audit. We also taken that there was a good progress being made by SASSA in implementing our recommendations on the IT side. On those weaknesses that we previously identified, we seen that the disaster recovery plan was updated to ensure that the recovery time objective and the recovery point objective are being addressed on the plan. And so we will follow up as well as other issues, but overall we're quite that management has made significant progress on the IT management. The compliance management, we've given a full detailed analysis of the compliance management. As you can see, the majority of the cases are all backlog cases. So from the 414 cases, we have 409 are backlog cases. From the 409, we had about 3% that has been closed. And while 303 of those, which is about 74%, has been submitted to National Treasury for condonation. SASSA is waiting for National Treasury to condone those stuff. If they condone, it will then have a significant impact on the irregular expenditure of the department. So 77% we quite that there has been progress. I think it's just important that the balance of the 23% that SASSA continues to make sure that they put enough adequate actions in plan to resolve those and to reduce those balance and take actions when necessary. Those consequences should be finalized as quick as possible. Overall, with those in the current year, we're happy. We had about a 20% at the end of December that has been finalized from so 5 cases, 1 case was finalized, and management has indicated they're in the process of finalizing those other 4 cases as well. Similar with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have 20% of those are relating to current cases. So from the 41 cases, 21 cases have been disclosed as finalized, which is also quite happy in that particular regard that actions have been taken. In respect of the oversight and monitoring, we looked at the audit action plans that was implemented by SASSA or they were done, and we've taken that 47% of that plan has been implemented at the end of December. With discussions with management, they have indicated that the plan will be fully implemented by the end of the financial year. We were over concerned with the delays in the grant payments that were made in December and January. We have discussed it with SASSA and to ensure that your service provider has the necessary plan to make sure that they make payments on a timely basis in that particular regard, because it does impact on the overall services to the citizen in terms of timely receiving their grant amounts, which is needed in terms of their living allowances and as such. Grant fraud is always one of the biggest concerns that we have. There's a number of grant frauds that we identify that been investigated by SASSA throughout the year in its provinces. It's one of the areas that we're looking in, want to give more detailed insight to SASSA so that we can also assist and influence them to prevent further losses from occurring in this regard. So it's an area that we're looking into, we're having deeper insights into it to identify what type of fraud has been occurred, what controls have been implemented to once your investigations have been done, to see the type of investigations, how the investigations are communicated, what was the outcome, how has SASSA monitored this. So it's something we're looking in much more detail in this current financial year so that we can give necessary inputs in that so that SASSA can to try to eliminate as much grant fraud as possible in that regard. So that's on the SASSA side. We never do a status of records review at the National Development Agency, but what we have done for DSD, SASSA and NDA is to have a look at the 2023-24 annual performance plan, where we looked at the relevance of the targets in terms of the mandate. Were all the targets, are they relevant in terms of the mandate? We also looked at the measurability of those targets. Are they measurable? Are they consistent? Is it making sense? Is it time bound? So we looked at the SMART principles in those targets to see if it is. We don't do the whole APP. We only do the programs that we normally select for our the performance information, where we look at it in that particular graph, but we do browse over the other programs. If we do pick up any weaknesses, we then communicate it to management to give them a time to implement those findings and change the APP to correct it before it is finalized for that stuff. So our review, we just give an overview of what the purpose was, and as I indicated, is to give management opportunity to pick up on those issues, fix them up, and then be able to ensure that we don't have any findings in terms of that when we do audit the annual performance report for that current financial year. The Department of Social Development, one of the key issues that we picked up that management did not do a proper review where by the annual performance plan against the prescribed framework, because one of the prescribed framework indicates that for each output indicator, you should have a technical indicator description. The technical indication description will give more guidance as to how that particular indicator will be measured, what type of evidence will be needed in terms of the measurement. If it's a percentage, what the numerator will result of, what the denominator will result of. So it gives you much more detail of that indicator in your APP. And what we picked up when we reviewed that not each of the output indicator had a technical indicator description. We then discussed with management, they agreed to it, and they said that they have then subsequently updated the APP to ensure that all output indicators for all the programs has the necessary technical indicator descriptions, which will then be easier to audit as well as to know exactly what information will be required for that particular output indicator and what the measurement will be in that particular indicator as well as the timeline. So that was then subsequently corrected by the department. For SASA, we picked up about 6 issues that we've identified on the APP. One of the issues was on the social grants application process. This was an issue where the title talks about applications process, that every time applications process, it will be recorded as an achievement, but our management has also included activities when they were updating some information, and updating of information is not necessarily about new application number of grants being processed. We discussed this, that there was inconsistency in terms of the measurement. Management agreed to that, and they subsequently amended the APP in that regard. For the number of grants in payment in grant and aid, here we had the annual target in the APP was incorrectly captured. It seemed like it was a typo error where they were supposed to have 13 million for number of grants in aid. The incorrectly captured is 113 million. We discussed with management and they subsequently amended that to correct it to the 13 million. For the number of applications for child support grants, the top-up payment, we picked that it was a duplication of this particular indicator, and 19 in the child support grant was duplicated as well in indicator 18 for number of grants in payments, including child in grant aid. We discussed it with management and they resolved this duplication and removed it out from the number of grants in payments and only included in the child support grant. Presented COVID-19 SRD applications. We also identified that the TID, this when I indicate, should have given you details of how this particular achievement would be measured. One of the things they said that it will be based on their validations against the relevant databases, but they don't define the relevant databases that will be used. We discussed with management and they then updated the TID to define which databases will be used for the validations of the beneficiaries against those databases to ensure that they are not getting any other income. The other issues that we picked up was the percentage of inquiries resolved within the stipulated time frame and the ones of the disputes resolved in the particular time frame. As the target is what indicates that it results in inquiries and disputes being resolved. It was also taken that the performance of it is measured as achieved even if the inquiry dispute is acknowledged. So the minute they receive an inquiry or dispute, it seems that they wanted to mark it as achieved, and we said this is not in line with the target where it talks about being resolved within a couple of days, and therefore they have to adjust it. Even if they just acknowledge, cannot be taken in this achievement. Management agreed to this and then subsequently amended accordingly the technical indicator description accordingly to take it once the issue has been resolved, only to be recorded as an achievement. So we discussed it with management and they made the necessary adjustments. Honorable Chair, then on NDA, we picked up one issue when we reviewed the APP, which had to do with the number of poverty eradication projects funded by NDA. It was not clearly defined and measurable, as we identify inconsistencies were noted between the definition and the wording, where the definition was not clear. It was referring to poverty irrigation projects funded, so they're talking of all the poverty irrigation projects being funded, whereas the definition in the TID was inconsistent and it was referring to CSO's approval of grant funding. And therefore, we could not see what was the link between the two. We discussed it with management, and management then subsequently amended the APP was amended as the indicator was incorrectly worded. Instead of the number of poverty CSOs funded by the NDA, it was documented incorrectly as number of poverty eradication. So they then corrected it to the number of poverty eradication CSO funded, which is in line with the TID, was then made by management in that particular regard. Honorable Chair, and members, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jogi. Is there anyone who thinks he needs to add in your presentation, Faisal? No one for now.
Thank you, Chair. No, we have concluded our presentation. We can take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Wali. Honorable members, there is the presentation. We have to engage with it. Let me first welcome Honorable Aris and Honorable Kate Wilankulu who have joined us. I can see the hands of Honorable Aris and Honorable Lizelle.
Chair.
We shoot?
Thank you. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, my humble apologies for joining, but I was having problems, connectivity problems. Chair, thank you for the presentation, even though I did come late. I just want to find out, and I've seen that the Auditor-General, because there's something really worrisome about SASSA, specifically with these grants and the expiring cards that currently are. And I want to ask the Auditor-General, don't they think that this
Honorable Aris. Okay, let's give over to Honorable Van der Merwe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning again. And thank you very much to the Auditor-General for their presentation. I just wanted to check with the Auditor-General. Last time when we met, the AG cautioned that the Department of Social Development had poor record keeping. In fact, the AG said that the record keeping at social development is so inadequate that source documentation cannot support its performance reporting. And so that meant that we were not able to accurately identify, or we were not able to say how effective the department is in providing services to the country's poor. And in fact, we were not able to adequately say in some of those programs whether the funds were spent adequately. And so I wanted to know whether the AG has again looked at some of these issues of record keeping and whether there's been any improvement in this regard. I also remember last time when we met, an issue was flagged around vacancies, and whether the AG can just inform us whether there's been an improvement in this regard, whether they looked at vacancies again. I think, Chairperson, for me, it remains an issue of concern which we as a portfolio committee keep on raising year after year. But it's very worrying that in the areas of performance reporting and compliance management, that year after year, we don't really see an improvement in this regard. Investigations still take far too long. We've had a slide here where it says that 2 officials were charged 5 months ago, yet there's no finalization in these investigations, which mean these people are suspended on pay. And really, I wonder, when we talk about a culture shift, AG, how do we get the Department of Social Development and SASSA to understand the need for timeous investigations and the finalization of these investigations? One of the slides spoke about 3% of cases of irregular expenditure has been concluded. And in my mind, I just think it remains inadequate. We can't every year be talking about the need for compliance management, consequence management to improve, only for us to meet again with the AG and then nothing is improved. Then on the issue of grant fraud and on the issue of people still being paid grants when they are not eligible to receive these grants. Last year when we met last with you, AG, we spoke about the fact that the databases of SASSA are not adequate. In other words, it obviously leads to people being paid who are not eligible, and those who are eligible being left behind. Have you seen an improvement in the quality and of the databases that SASSA is relying on? If I can just get an indication in that regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Lizelle. Honorable, I don't see any other hand for now. Can then we give over to AG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will start to respond to the questions and hand over to my colleague to also add, and in particular touch on the last question about the improvement in terms of the databases that are used by SASSA to validate the SRD payments for the 350 grants. The first question was around the issue that we reported last year, that DSD did not keep the records when it comes to performance information for a specific indicator. Indeed, Chair, we have now looked at, as part of the status of records review, looked at the action plans that were put in place by DSD to deal with this matter. So far, what we've seen is that there are action plans to deal with the matter, but we have not done the detailed testing now to verify whether indeed all the records are in place. That will now take place as part of the final audit. But last year it was a matter referring to the CSD that we noted. And then in terms of the issue of vacancies, we have again in the status of records review highlighted the vacancies at key positions that still needs to be filled on DSD, one of them being that of the DG for social development. It was highlighted to the minister as well when we met with her. In terms of investigations that are slow, it is indeed a focus area for us as part of culture shift, and that is why we obtained the commitments from the CEO of SASSA to indicate how they are going to deal with the backlog of cases which then prevent implementation of consequence management, because as it has been indicated rightfully by the member, that you cannot then deal with consequence management if the investigations are not taking place on time. So it is a focus area that we are looking into, and we are hoping that then the CEO can implement those commitments, which will then deal with the issues of consequence management, because if indeed they can move in, especially on the backlog cases, and finalize those, then they'll be able to implement consequence management. So we are looking into that, and we will later on, once we finalize the audits, report back to the committee on whether there was improvement in terms of finalizing investigations on time, and then taking disciplinary steps where it is required in line with the recommendations of the investigations that are concluded. The issue of the databases, like I said, I'll hand over to Faisal, but at a high level, it is a matter that we are looking into, because there was an MI issued to SASSA in 2021, which is in relation to the 350 grants. And one of the issues that was raised was really around the accuracy and completeness of the databases that were being used by SASSA to validate whether indeed the applicants are eligible for the grants. But in terms of whether we are seeing improvement in that regard, perhaps Faisal can just assist with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mbali, and thank you, honourable members and honourable Chair. And I will just give a background or just some highlight on some of the issues which Mbali has already highlighted on. Yeah, I think the first one was with the Honorable Aris. I know she was talking about the expiry cards in it. I never get the question. I think she broke off there, but on our side, it's in the new financial year that these cards has to be renewed. It's now in April. We have been having discussions with SASSA as we picked up these issues of waiting in long queues. We also discussed and had discussions with our colleagues on the SAPO Post Bank to determine what's the problem and what are they doing to resolve this issue. So I know that SASSA has been had discussions in that as well, that if the cards cannot be issued out by certain, these beneficiaries will be able to still recover their money or get their money using the ID numbers, and there will be a PIN sent to their phone. So there is methods that they are looking to, but it's something that when we do have discussions to see what they do in that particular regard. Doesn't impact our current financial audit is per se, but it's something, if we do pick up issues, we do have discussions with the grants team within SASSA, as well as our colleagues from the other, to identify if they've taken what actions are they being taken, because we do have queries in that particular regard. With regards to the record keeping, Bali rightfully indicated that last year it had to do with your early childhood development. That was the one issue which resulted in the finding in the audit report and them losing the clean audit status, because the documentation was the early childhood development has been transferred at the 1st of April 2022 to the Department of Education. So as indicated, there is an action plan for all that. We've seen the action plan that they've got, and we need to, when we do our performance information testing, to see if the documents and the records are intact in terms of what has been reported in the annual performance report. So we will look at it in more detail. But overall, it seems from their action plan that all actions has been taken to resolve that issue, but we will test it when we finalize our audit in that particular regard. Also, Mbali highlighted that vacancies is still a key area, especially within top management, being the two key areas is the acting DG post as well as the acting CFO post, which has been in acting positions for quite a number of years now in that regard. Investigations, I think Mbali also touched highly on the investigations. That's potent SASSA, and it's one of our key focus areas, and we are looking more to detail. I think, once SASSA, the amount is a big amount of 77% sitting at National Treasury for condonation. If we can get that 74%, it makes up the majority of the irregular expenditures. So investigations have been done on those backlog cases. It's now the matter they've indicated why they cannot recover and then need condonation. It's been sitting a long time at National Treasury. I think SASSA should therefore try to finalize and discuss with National Treasury, or even not get the department DG to assist them with the DG of National Treasury to see if they can finalize those, because it will make a big impact in terms of the irregular expenditure amount, the closing balance. And with regards to the balance, that has still not been to finalize it quick as possible and have those investigations. Some of these here have to be reinvestigated because the process may not have been followed, or it was not, or it's been referred to labor relations, and labor relations have within SASSA have a number of these things to deal with, to take action. So they need to follow up, and it's with our commitments with the CEO, it's all those things we're going to follow up to see how they dealt with all this, so that we can reduce it and make sure that actions are being taken place on a timely basis. We have seen an improvement with the current cases, that investigations are taking place on a timely basis, and actions are being taken in that regard. But it's just those backlog cases that has not yet been submitted for condonation that just needs to be improved on. With regards to the grant fraud and the databases, yes, SASSA is continuing to validate against databases. They're still doing the validations or the means testing with the bank. Based on that, they still getting data from they rely on the different department entities to provide them the data at a date before they make the payments. And we have seen a huge improvement in some of the databases where take into account the work that they have done, as well as the means testing. There's been a reduction in the number of ineligible payments being made to those. Where it was a challenge in this current financial year was there's still the UIF data. They were not getting updated databases from the UIF. And I think, by the time it came, so there were initially a lot of payments being made to the UIF that was not, but now they have started getting again. I think SASSA can give a date with regards, but there was challenges with the UIF databases. So they had to work what they had available at that time before payments were being made in that particular regard. But overall, I think with the means test, we have seen an improvement in that particular, and it's something that they should continue discussing to try to get updated and more close to the time of payment, updated databases, so that when they do the validations, it can improve. Also, I know with the department, they have started an appeals adjudication committee, and the appeals adjudication committee looked at those that were not approve the grant or the 350 grant, had a chance to appeal. So they looked at a couple of months and they still continuing it. And majority of those appeals were then denied, in a sense that SASSA was correct in not making that payment of the 350, as they should have not been eligible. So that's part of the improvement that we can see as well in that particular regard. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think that's it from the question.
Thank you very much. There are still hands from Honorable Murray and Honorable Abrams. Over to you, Honorable Murray.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to raise a concern. The AG has just spoken about the post bank and also the cards that is available. But if you look at what is happening with all the post office that is closing, what is the AG saying about that? Do we think that this post bank is going to work out with all the closures of all these post offices? How are these people going to get the money? Is post bank going to open office somewhere else, or how is it going to happen? Because as it looks now, and we see that Post Bank is liquidated, they're owing so much money to so many service providers and stuff like that. It's a concern because we are looking at our people that is living in the deep rural areas. What is going to happen to them when all these post offices are closing? Is Post Bank coming up with a new strategy on how they're going to do these things, where they're going to open offices? I just would like to know what is the answer to that, because it is really a big concern for us that is working with the people every day. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Sorry for only coming in now. I had to take a phone call. Chairperson, I just have something for clarity purposes. On slide 13, the 179 MIs for the entire, for all the departments, is it correct then to say that of that 179, there's only 3 as listed in slide 14 that affects DSD and its entities? If not, you know, can we get the others that affect DSD and its entities? And then has DSD and its entities ever received, or is it on the AG's records, received any debt certificates of debt? And then slide 17, where do we get the names of the 40 leased buildings, the value lost, etc.? Do we have to wait for the AG's final report to come out, or is it something we have to get from SASSA or DSD? And then just lastly, Chairperson, this new, I want to say strategy when it comes to enforcement powers, how does that actually work? How is the AG actually going to be enforcing these powers onto the departments and the entities? Is it something as if you give the department and its entities, you know, 1, 2, 3 chances to recover, to do the right thing, and they don't, that they go over their heads and take action? Is it that the AGs can now go directly to courts, etc.? How exactly does this new enforcement powers work? Thank you, Chairperson. Or how will it work? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Over to you, Agent's Office.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The first question is about the concern that the post office is closing some of their branches and the impact that it will have on the citizens that are relying on the grants. It is a concern, Chair, that we are also looking into. We are working closely with our team that is auditing Post Bank to find out if there is a mitigation that Post Bank will be putting in place to ensure that the citizens will still receive their grants either way. So at this point in time, I can't give a specific response, Chair, except that we are looking at it and we are working closely with the other team that is auditing Post Bank. And we can then, when we report back at a later stage, indicate what the response is and if it is a satisfactory response to deal with the matter. It is a recent matter that has come to our attention and we are looking into it. Then in terms of the 179 MIs, it is correct that only 3 of the MIs relate to SASSA, and those are the ones that we had reported previously. So yeah, for social development portfolio, there are only 3 and they were for SASSA, and that was up to the end of the 21-22 financial year. So for 22-23 financial year, we continue with the process of looking at material irregularities, and we have identified some matters that were reported to. One was reported to the accounting officer because it was for the department, and then 2 were in relation to SASSA and have been reported to the accounting authority, which is the CEO, and we are awaiting their feedback because in terms of the process, we must give them 20 working days within which they must respond to the MIs to indicate what measures will be taken to deal with an MI. So there are 3 additional MIs that are new that are in the process of being responded to. And then the 3 were up until the end of the prior year from the 179 that was reported. Then the question around the 40 leases. So what we are indicating here is that in their procurement plan, SASSA had indicated that they will also procure leases for 40 buildings. However, at the time of our review, that had not been done, meaning that they were behind in terms of procuring those leases. So we can't really give details in terms of the names, but it's just to indicate that in terms of their procurement plan, they were behind, and that could be a challenge in terms of ensuring that there is service delivery, or in some cases, it may even potentially result in irregular expenditure, as we had seen in the prior years that SASSA incurred irregular expenditure because they had to extend the leases, and that is not in line with the procurement regulations. And that is why we highlighted it to the accounting authority so that they can deal with it timeously to avoid the irregular expenditure. And then lastly, the question around enforcement. Enforcement in the main deals with the material irregularity process. So when we say that we will use our enforcement powers, we are basically saying that in cases where the accounting authority officer is not dealing with the matters as required by the PFMA, we will then issue a material irregularity and then ask them to respond in terms of how are they then going to deal with that particular MI. And if they are not dealing with it appropriately, we can then issue recommendations in the audit report, or we can refer the matter to an appropriate body for further investigation. And if they don't implement our recommendations that are in the audit report, we can then take remedial actions. And then eventually we can issue a certificate of debt if those remedial actions are not implemented and there was a financial loss involved. At this point in time, within the AGSA, we have not yet issued a certificate of debt. What we've seen in the main is that accounting officers, when we issue the MIs, they are dealing with the matters. There was a slide where indicating that from inaction, we are seeing action once we issue the MIs. So for that reason, we have not yet issued a certificate of debt because mostly the accounting officers have dealt with the MIs. They've followed the processes as required in the PFMA to deal with the matters where they are investigating the matters timely. In some cases, we've seen that losses are in the process of being recovered, and we've seen some cases where they are implementing consequence management. So at this point in time, there is no certificate of debt. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mbali. Now, I think we are done with the questions from the AG's office. There are also questions that you would love to forward to the department when they arrive. I think let's thank the AG's office for their time and sharing us with some of issues that affect SASSA and also DSD. Let me thank you once more. Keep up the good work that you're doing. We always keep our hope to you and checking whether you are going to assist in terms of doing the oversight from our side. Thank you ever so much. You are excused so that the department can be able to join us and we will be able to ask some questions from them. Can we take this, what is it, the break, the short break, so as to allow the department to join us? Thank you very much. Lindy? Thank you, Mark. Thanks, and your team. Lindy, allow them to join. Open up. The department Minister and the Deputy Minister are also welcomed in the meeting. We are not going to waste time, honorable members, as you have requested. 2 members will be excused in a meeting from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. So since the minister has joined, we have opened already the meeting. We are not going to go back to that, but give a chance to the minister to do the overview for our meeting. Minister. We are giving over to you, Minister. Acting DG.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning. Oh, it's you who's acting today.
Not necessarily, but the acting DG could not join because of another person matter that is affected too. But we are all here as the executive of the department, and we are ready to present on the annual performance plan as requested by the portfolio committee. We are here, all of us.
So the apology, thank you. The apology that you have, it's only for the DG.
Yeah, it's the acting DG, Mr. Linton Mtu, as well as the acting DG, Ms. Isabella Sekawana, and Honorable Chairperson, but other team members are here as well in the meeting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's give over to the minister. I can see that she has joined the meeting to do the overview, that is the political overview. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Very good morning to you. Firstly, let me apologize, Chairperson, and I'm going to switch off the video. I'm just in a community outreach. Chairperson, I'm here in KwaZulu-Natal. As usual, you know, we have those communities that get affected by other fires or other disasters. We came here with SASSA, Chairperson, also just to make sure that the support that the community needs, whether it's housing or all that, is done properly. And also we just came here because we want to make sure that we are also accountable for what has to be given by the department, by SASSA, as well as other stakeholders who stepped up to assist the communities here. I did catch a little bit of the discussions, earlier discussions, and I think I want to thank the Auditor-General and thank the department in a way, because we can't be thanking people for things that they are supposed to do. I think somebody is disturbing the meeting, Chair.
Okay, I will mute everyone, Chair, and then Minister, can you kindly unmute yourself?
Okay, over to you, Minister. Yoli.
It's nothing is happening.
Yes, Minister, still muted, Chair.
Hello?
Minister.
Yes.
Okay.
F1, F2, F3.
Yeah.
Am I unmuted now?
May I ask
F1
Maureen?
inali this
Maureen,
thing.
Maureen, can you mute, please?
Hi, these
Emma
people they
Pelleri
mute
Kitine.
me. Oh my goodness.
Can we
Maureen.
request
Hi,
Maureen?
Papi.
Maureen.
You're not muted.
Okay, sorry.
Maureen, will you please mute? Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sorry about all that. And may I ask people from my department, guys, we've been on this for a long time now. We now know that we have to be muted. Let's not make life miserable for the administrators. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was still saying that thank you for the presentations that were done. Obviously, the Auditor-General, they will tell you, we take their work very seriously. We don't take it for granted. We are also appreciative of the progress that they seem to be seeing in our performance, but we still need to even do much better than we have done. And we promise, Chairperson, that in this year, particularly being the last year of the 6th administration, we'll keep improving on what they have already indicated is an improvement, but also we will focus on the areas where little improvement has happened. And I know this is also with regard to vacancies across the board. It's also about the post and the post bank and the pain that our people have been going through because of the change of the cards and all that. Some things don't need to keep repeating themselves. We have to keep doing as much as we can. Also, I know about the slow pace of dealing with issues. We're doing our best from a ministry point of view, both myself and the DM. We're trying our best to make sure that officials understand and appreciate the mandate and the responsibility of the department. So to the acting DG, the senior officials who are here today, it's a very good morning to you all. And as I indicated, I'm in KZN. We came here to connect with the communities that were affected by the fires. A lot of progress has been done, but Honorable Chair, my view, which I was expressing to the people here, we need to be able to be there for the people as government, but the people also need to make sure that they stand up and do a whole lot of things for them, and we must just create the conducive environment for them. I also want to indicate, Chair, that the month of May marks the month where in all South Africa is commemorating Child Protection Month. At this continental level, we must commemorate May as the Africa Month. And here where I am in the community, Chairperson, if I look at the numbers of people, because when we get to places, we always want to get the data about the people who are here. And looking at the people who are affected, adults, you look at 625. Out of the 625, there are 328 children. And therefore, as we will be marking that Child Protection Week, it is these children who are out in such places where people are struggling that we need to really pay a lot of attention to the support that we give to the children, their parents and all. I was happy to hear from them that the majority of the children here obviously are SASSA grant recipients. But what I also liked is the fact that the mothers and the fathers who are here, they go out and hustle in little jobs here and there to augment whatever government is assisting them with. So the creation of a conducive environment for our people is about further ensuring that we create jobs where people can be able to go and work in order for them to take care of their families. Chairperson and honorable members, the 2023-24 annual performance plan marks the last of the department's formal performance commitments within the medium-term strategic framework 2019-2024. And by definition, this demands that through this APP, the department should round up and visibly meaningfully and responsibly deliver on the commitments of the sixth administration of our democratic government. We need to see the difference from where we were in the fifth administration and where we are now in the sixth administration, and where we're going towards the seventh administration. And to this end, all the resources and expertise that are at the disposal of social development portfolio, inclusive of the department, SASSA and NDA, and 9 provincial departments, should be directed towards the realization of the outstanding components of the MTSF 2019-2024, pursuant of truly improving the lives and protecting the dignity of all South Africans, particularly the vulnerable. Chairperson, I want to refer also to the fact that we are here today, and when we came here, we insisted that we must come here as a portfolio so that the Department Social Development can express what they did, SASSA can express what it did, NDA must express what it did. And what I find within these communities, we have people who are willing to do things for themselves. As we are here, I was saying to the department, we must not leave this community alone. There's an economy that is going on here. They are just up by the beach. And therefore, if they are by the beach, what is it that we need to do as government, working together to empower them in order for them to power themselves by creating a conducive environment where they can go out and be selling one thing or the other. The women who are here, I told them that they are women who can possibly form cooperatives. There are men and women here who can possibly form their own small businesses so that they can be able to add to what government has been giving them. While the largest part of the sixth administration has been characterized by a series of disasters, part of why we are here, COVID-19, as well as the unrest in KZN, a weak economy, and a weak economic growth, and the recurrence of climate change effects, the social development portfolio has nudged into intentionally adopting people-responsive programs, program innovations that were targeted at the needs of the people at all times. Throughout this financial year, the portfolio will need to, with greater intentionality and investment, position itself to be more responsive to the growing range of disasters and shocks that are affecting our people. Being more responsive is about also putting ourselves in the shoes of the people that get affected, and hence that way we can only be able to know what to do. And disaster management is one of those programs which, in my view, are still a little bit weak, and I've demanded that the department do something about ensuring that disaster management is done in a quicker way that is very impactful to our people. No longer it should not be a question whether the expenditure of the portfolio budget and the priorities that are in this APP will be driven through the cabinet adopted district development model or not. The 2023-24 financial year provides us with the opportunity to render the programs of social development portfolio visibly relevant and people responsive, because this approach allows for all to be deployed in partnership with 52 district and metropolitan municipalities throughout the country. Therefore, the overarching key success factor of this APP is the implementation in line with the district development model. Go where the people are in communities for the vitality and value of this APP to be self-evident. I've been saying to the department chairperson, and I said this morning, we must be able in our service deal with things house to house, street to street, community to community, so that people can see the impact. So the 2023-24 APP consists of 61 targets that should help to conclude the work of the sixth administration as it draws to an end. And a few of those I can just pick up are: 1, the continued administration and payment of nearly 19 million social grants monthly through SASSA. 2, delivery of innovative COVID-19 delivery of the innovative COVID-19 SRD that we have been responsible for since 2020. As of March 2023, over 8,341,000 South Africans have benefited from this COVID-19 SRD. 3, the implementation of an economically responsive program that will be designed to link social protection beneficiaries to sustainable livelihood opportunities, the improvement of livelihood strategies and economic participation. 5, the development of policy by means of which child support grant beneficiaries will receive government's basic services through service integration. 6, the optimization of social welfare services. 7, the strengthening of non-profit organization framework and thereby contributing to addressing the salient dimensions that were identified by the Financial Action Task Force, which, by the way, was debated yesterday in Parliament. And 8, the promotion of vibrant and sustainable communities. Chairperson and honorable members, since the beginning of the 6th administration, the Deputy Minister and I have consistently demonstrated our political will where the successful implementation of the mandate of social development portfolio is concerned. To this end, me and her have relentlessly traversed the country attending to the various concerns and pleas of your constituencies. Consequently, I cannot emphasize enough the need for all of our bureaucrats and technocrats to throw themselves behind the realization of this APP. Most important is the need to translate the aspirations of South Africans into perspective responsiveness. And in conclusion, Chairperson, I believe that APPs are not meant to be something that we steer into bureaucracy and end up not delivering. APPs and its budget is supposed to help us change the lives of our people. And APPs will come back to you when we need to adjust the APP according to the needs of our people and according to the budget that we have. And with your permission, please allow me to call upon the department to render a presentation on the 2023-24 annual performance plan and budget. And Chairperson, we will come back to you and the members after presenting this budget, because we have to come back with the operational plan. How are we going to be implementing this annual performance plan that we are presenting to you? I thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the time given to me. I'm still connected to the meeting. I will continue to listen and then if I happen to be still on the road, Chairperson, I'm able to comment later, I will do so. If not, because I have to catch the flight back to Cape Town, if not, I will get from everyone once I've switched off what was the conclusion of the meeting. Thank you, Chairperson. You always appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Minister. You are excused. Then let's give over to the department.
How?
So you're muted, Chairperson.
I can't hear. Chair?
Who's going to present for the department on behalf of the department? Yoli?
Yes, Yes, Chairperson.
Sorry.
Who's supposed to present?
I am presenting, Chairperson. I started. We did not.
Okay. We
not realize that I was muted. My apologies.
No, we didn't hear you. We didn't hear you. Can you start afresh?
Okay, I'm starting afresh. Honorable members, good morning. Thanks once again, Chairperson, for the opportunity for the department to present. I am Tabani TDC, and I'm here joined by my other colleagues, executive members of the DST management. We are here to present the annual performance plan as per the invitation that we received today. This is the APP that we were able to table at the end of March, which I've said this APP presents the last installment of the work that the city administration is concluding, and Minister had alluded to that particular fact. So what we have tried to do in this APP is also to try and give the full attention to those commitments, to those targets that were not fully met previously, because we had a 5-year strategic plan and we've been implementing this as APP on an annual basis. So we are giving some full attention to some of those. Ministers already spoken to, but we still demonstrate the differences of the previous as well as the current APP. However, as we are resolute in terms of these endeavors, but we are also cognizant of the harsh realities that are before us, that are compounding most of the engulfing most of the communities and the people that we work with. Minister always insists on us working, as she said, community by community, street by street. And we know that those streets are usually blocked by some of the harsh realities, and some these people are depending to us to provide these services so that they are able to improve the quality of their lives, and so to make sure that no one goes to bed without food. And we are also fully aware of the difficulty that is there in terms of for us to deliver the quality of our services. And we are clear that even when the NDP was launched 10 years back, the realities were not as harsh as they are right now. In the recent years, we have seen the worsening poverty levels. We have seen an increase in inequality as well as increase in unemployment, especially for jobs that could be able to be accessed by our young people. And these triple challenges have somehow make it appear as if as DST, we find ourselves in a space where we are changing this ever-moving target. And we also seem to have reversed some of the gains that we are there, because in as much as there are impacts that we are making through various programs, but the situation gets worse as well as we try to celebrate some of those gains and we try to upload the impact that we are trying to make. But parallel to this as well, these triple challenges are the increase in social ills that we have seen, insofar as issues of gender-based violence, issues of child abuse, substance and alcohol abuse, teenage pregnancy, amongst others, just to name a few. And our efforts to respond adequately to some of these are further crippled and dented by the negative impact of some of the health issues. In 2020, the country started experiencing in the world in total the COVID-19. Some of the provinces, as Minister had said, is now in KZN as part of a public participation program to respond to some of the issues that have affected some of our people, our households, mainly in KZN, just experienced the issues of floods. And because of these unpredictable climate changes that you have seen, but also we are clear that our service delivery environment has been disrupted by some of these things. And recently we have seen global as well, the extent to which the cost of living has increased because of many other factors, including the conflict happening in Ukraine and Russia and some of the global economic challenges that we are continuing to face. However, can you please help move the slide? However, once we are certain about these hard conditions, I think over the past few years, there's been some wins and insights that we have equally attained through the new normal that has presented itself, the extent to which ourselves as a department, some of these situations had forced us to think innovatively. We have to be more imaginative and push us to be much more agile in terms of how we continue to execute our mandate. We have successfully introduced new access channels in our service environment across our programs. These ranging from the welfare services to community development, as well as the cooperative social security measures that we continue to provide. We have successfully used technology and adapted to new ways in terms of platforms. Minister alluded to how we continue to play the 350 as well, which we started without having any official informal dates, as well as the new ways. Everyone that received this grant, these are people that had applied online, and these are some of the stories in terms of the successes that we do have. We have also, Chairperson, when we come report, we have been able to demonstrate that in spite of these hard conditions and some of these realities, I think as a department, we have been able to demonstrate our agility. We have seen over the 2 financial years how our performance has improved. I think we have achieved over 80% in making sure that we're able to meet our target. And some of these things are a result of the science that we've been applying in terms of how we plan our work, but also determination to make sure that we do this. Our ability to work with various partners and stakeholders in terms of strengthening our partnership, and also making sure that we have these conducive ways. And we adopted a mantra which is about building cohesive, resilient families and communities by investing in people to reduce poverty and vulnerability and create sustainable livelihoods. So these are some of the issues that are there. We are presenting this template, this APP before you today, honorable members, and this has been characterized by the robust engagements that we have had amongst and within ourselves as a DST portfolio. But also we have had a myriad of stakeholders that you've engaged with, including other partners from development partners that we work with in various spaces, some business as well as civil society organizations as well that are there. So also finally, this APP has been subjected also to some rigorous assessment. So as we develop these plans, as part of the planning framework, we are expected to submit these plans to our DPME, to the National Treasury, to the Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disability, making sure that it's aligned and to these things, but also to the AGSA as stipulated. And I understand the colleagues from AGSA presented to you today, honorable members, in terms of their report, in terms of with regard to how they've analyzed our annual performance plan, and we have engaged in some of the issues, and we're able to respond adequately as any time that there were issues. We just wanted to highlight as well that the space we find ourselves in also requires us, there's an expectation outside that DST should be able to respond to many other issues at times which will fall even outside their mandate. Hence, we have this to say that this unfunded mandate that you want to qualify for. And it is a fact that historically ourselves as this portfolio, as this sector, we continue to be underfunded. Yet it is the DST that will be called to provide immediate interventions when the country faces any episode of abject poverty by providing social relief measures. It is the DST as well that will be expected to provide the response in terms of the psychosocial support services where there's a demand for them, either be it the COVID-19 or any other incident, including the violence or just a loss of life. Therefore, we are constantly called as this DST portfolio to expand and respond to many other issues that at times and more often remain outside our core mandate, and and to provide services or interventions which are not included in the plans that we present, and they remain outside and have not been budgeted for as well. And these as well will include issues such as the homelessness, for example, of that, the issues of providing and assisting during disasters. These things are not planned for, they're not within our plans, they've not been budgeted for, but DST is always expected to go in extra mile in terms of providing the relevant responses as well as interventions. And of course, it's about making sure our people are protected or provided with a relevant safety net. In this slide, Honorable Chair, as well as members, we are portraying the journey that we undertook in terms of the planning. Ourselves, we take the planning as a process that is one of the scientific and innovations which we agreed. So planning started in May 2022. This was kicked off by various engagements in terms of us coming up with the planning, the plan itself to say how we take this as a serious project that we need to have. So we come with the beginning in terms of what would be happening by when and who becomes responsible until the end in terms of the tabling at various levels. So in May, there were engagements with program managers, and where we are providing critical analysis in terms of what is being done in the current financial year on that one, so reflecting on the previous performance and see what is working and what is not working. In June, there was then a process plan that was developed, which then presented as well at various management levels, approved by all of them to say, this will be the process that we have in terms of the planning from beginning until the end, in terms of until we are able to table end of March. We had performance review sessions in August, and that's where then we engage with various partners. We invite different stakeholders, business, civil society organizations. As we have these sessions, we also start developing the risk register. We start looking at expenditure issues as well, because these elements are all intertwined, and we want to make sure that there is a relation between what we have as a plan. We know exactly what are the possible risks that are there, and also is a budget fit for us to be able to deliver on this. So we have then adopted a very, very serious costing model in terms of our plan not to be properly costed, and so that there is an alignment, and we try to avoid these things where the performance is poor but the expenditure is high. And if there is a justification, then it should be clear then what then. In September, before we then tabled in October, we had a consultative sessions now, which were much more intimate and closer. In October, we were able to table our draft APP to this structure that I've alluded to before in terms of DPME, Department of Youth, of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, as well as the AGSA as well. And all throughout these processes, Chairperson, I must emphasize that we also have engagement with our provincial counterparts. We have different forums that we have, but also there is a strategic session for the sector where even the HODs come and sit and we are able to present. I remember in one financial year, 2021, at some point, it coincided that we planned alongside the MINMAC, and we were able to present our plan even to the meeting that the minister had with the MECs, and we were able to adopt some of the commitments even at that level. And so in December, January, that's when we had received the feedback, and it's when we are working in terms of improving the plans based on what the AGSA, DPMB, and all other units that have provided, that we are able to come up with this. Continuing as well, what we have done, as this is the final year, we said what is it are the areas of priorities, not just for only the 23-24, but also even beyond. As we start preparing for the 7th administration, what are the critical issues that we think, if we were to make an impact as this department, these are some of the 9 areas that we think they need to be considered. One, for us to be able to do and execute anything, we need to make sure that we are fit for purpose. So for us to have creating a capable and ethical developmental portfolio, it means we need to make sure that we have execution diligence. So it means we must have the right skill. So if we employ, make sure that these are people with the requisite skills to draw for them to be able to execute and implement these commitments that we have. So that's how we prioritize us of focusing on us being capable to deliver on our mandate becomes the priority of priorities. But also we understand, given the issues of unemployment, how the joblessness is affecting our young people, and knowing the impact that we are making through the 350, which by default has now become a kind of a BIS or a BIG because of in our not being ready to implement any other options, of not having made a decision of what are the policy options that have been there and that were still continuous. But we are excited that the president, even at his SONA address this year, and made commitments that we need to extend this for another financial year. So providing basic income support for the 18 and 15-year-old becomes one of the key anti-poverty strategies that we have, and we want to continue this work. These unwarranted incidences of gender-based violence and femicide, and also the provision of shelters, as well as psychosocial support to victims of violence and crime, is one of our contributions as we are responsible for the fourth pillar of the National Strategic Plan Against Gender, which focuses on response, care, support, and healing for these victims, remain one of our priorities. The employment of social service professionals. We had an NDP which was clear in that we need, as a country, by 2030, we need to have employed about 55,000 social service professionals. This is still a challenge for us, and we have seen the demand for these services with the issues that I've raised, including the increase in social ills, and we are engaging with National Treasury. We have adopted, we have an approved a sector plan in terms towards this employment. Exactly, we understand that the need for and the demand for social service professionals is just not only, and it should not be just a DSD baby or challenge only, but this is across government. And for us, these social service professionals are required everywhere. Even in schools, we have seen some incidents of bullying. We have seen quite a number of areas where such services are required. Alcohol and substance abuse, Chairperson, we have seen the extent to which this has been affecting even young people. The incidences that happen in Eastern Cape, where a number of young people died because in a tavern. These are some of the incidents that we cannot fold our arms and so forth. The disaster management as department, we are busy with the framework that we are developing, and we believe this should be one of our priorities. Earlier on, I did indicate, however, there still remains an unfunded mandate because there's no specific mandate that has been provided. So we need to be clear in terms of what are the programs and services that we need to have. So as a country, as a department, we are leading in terms of developing a disaster management framework, but it does not mean that we are not able to do anything at any incident. The recent incidents, even at in Eastern Cape, about a month ago, we were there as the minister as well when the president went to visit the area as well. We were there and we continue to provide the much needed services. Youth and gender empowerment services through skills development and job creation, especially on issues of social entrepreneurship as well as EBW, are some of the issues that we want to making sure that we are able to look at issues of social and solidarity economy. Care and protection of children, the elderly, as well as the person with disability, will remain committed in making sure that the rights of these are only not protected but also promoted. And the social combating, when the president tasked us as DSD to lead in terms of the social sector summit, it is that particular social compact that was an end, it was an outcome, and we continue to monitor its implementation even to this day. So where are we in terms of meeting some of our targets? Minister did indicate in terms of the numbers, but also what we have done is that these plans are built and embedded mainly in the commitments that are there for the 5 years. So Minister as well will be meeting the President tomorrow in terms of going through her own performance agreement and some of the commitments that she had made at various levels, including at the economic retreat for cabinets and other areas. But we are clear that at this stage, the Minister's performance agreement, it compromises of about 41 targets, and 35 of them are explicit and included in this particular plan, and the remaining 6, 1 is included in the NDA APP, and the 5 are then included at the SASSA APP, and there's an analysis that should be made. However, on the 4th quarter of this MTSF, we would be reporting in the cabinet and ask that Minister pays attention to some of the areas that have been lagging behind, and some of them will be able to take you through in terms of detail. One includes the issues of the white paper. We went to present this to cabinet, and the cabinet recommended that this goes to be consulted at the network level. So we need to give progress in terms of that. There's work as well as the comprehensive social security policy framework. We will be giving detail in terms of that, but there's quite a lot that is being done, and we are making clear recommendations as well, because this work does not only about us as DSD, but it covers other government departments, which provides other forms of social security elements. I'm talking about the RAF and so forth, but we will provide much more details into this. You understand the work on the coverage for the 8259. I did talk about those particular issues. We have reports from various experts. We have put some policy proposals and options in terms of this could be done. But these are some of the areas I wouldn't want to go so much into detail, but they will be then included in terms of before the report that we are concluding now, which will be presented as well to cabinet as part of the work that Minister has been tasked in terms of the priority number 4, in terms of all the 7 priorities of government. The outlook of our APP, how does it look currently? So we continue then to, in terms of our budget structure, we have 5 programs. So if you look then at the first column, this then presents the outlook of the previous APP, which had 67 targets. And if you look at the current one now that we are presenting, we have about 5 targets that have no longer been continuing, and I will then present the detail. But what is key to highlight as well is that what we do as DSD, we are able to say and disaggregate this APP in terms of what are the areas of focus and the core services. So if you look at program 3, 4, and 5, is a clear demonstration that the larger proportion of our work, because by nature we are a policy developing department, the larger proportion then of our target goes to the core programs of the department, and there's much less in terms of the support function. And of course, the program 2 is just a program because of the budget issues, but it's about how SASSA then access these monies that are appropriated for towards grants for SASSA to access towards the payment of these. So what is important as well, we are critical and scientific in our APP, that we want to make sure that as we do analysis, we look at the extent to which it contributes to the EPA is about executive performance agreement. This is the minister's performance agreement. I did indicate that she had 41 targets, 35 relates to DSD, and 1 is NDA, and 5 is SASSA. And the second column is about the National Annual Strategic Plan, which is an annual plan that has been introduced by DPME. And there were 6 targets that were thrown to us, and we have made sure that we include them. And because that's how we'll be measured as well. When DPME makes analysis, these are some of the elements that they look at in terms of alignment of our APP. We are also making sure that our APP as well is aligned to the MTSF, which is a 5-year plan. So this implementation of the 5-year plan as well is quite important. The precedents as well, because of the economic impacts and the social impacts of COVID-19, it was important for the country then to start thinking about economic recovery and reconstruction plan. So there were some of the targets that would include towards how do we contribute toward economic recovery of our country post-COVID. These include issues such as the employment of social service professionals to us, the job and work opportunities that we were able to create through the EPW program, so that those targets speak to that. But the new emphasis as well has been the issues of the infrastructure. And of course, this does not entirely mean we have the appropriate budget to do it, but we need to be seen as having some of the target towards infrastructure. But also, every time when we present our annual report, the Honorable Chairperson, the committee, portfolio committee, provides us with the report, and we want to make sure that our targets as well and those issues that have been raised in the BRRR report find expression in the APP that we have. This then demonstrates the classification of our targets. You could see that as DSD, we are largely about issues of policy development research and followed by compliance. Compliance here relates to issues such as is mainly the capacity building. I mean, as capacity building, because we need to build capacity of these policies and the program that we develop in terms of the provinces and so forth. So this is just a pie chart demonstrating and depicting the distribution and of our core functions. And you could see these two contribute about 63%, which then means we are not a frontline service delivery department as the national, but these services are provided at the provincial as well as the district level. To move now, Chairperson, getting to the core issues. One are those targets that I've demonstrated and I've spoken to earlier on in terms of, if you compare the 2022-23 APP, which is 67, and the current one, which is 65, which is 61 rather, there are those that have been completed and so forth, and that we have been able to remove. One, on program one, the target on the Children's Amendment Bill, because this target is awaiting the finalization of the Act, and which will be only concluded later. We felt this target might move from an APP to the operational plan. Not that this work has been concluded, but we are, because there's a dependence on the amendment bill, on the regulations together with the conclusion of the Act. So these are interrelated. So we need to conclude the Act work before the regulations. So this one has been moved. There's also the two, so these are three areas on the legislations. The other one is on social development bill, which its work is depending on the finalization of the white paper, which I did indicate this work is now at NETLEC. And also on the regulation for older persons, this regulation depends on the finalization as well on the older persons amendment bill, which needs to be approved by cabinet. On program 3, the target that we were able to drop rather relates to, I'm sorry about it, relates to the percentage of appeals. It was moved to the operational plan, but we know that the target is a legislative requirement that needs to be reported on, and the target could not be met due to the increase in the workload and lack of human capacity to do the work. On program 4 is about 4 targets, which relates to the annual monitoring reports on the inclusion of integrated school health care. This has been achieved. Another one as well on the Metro Family Preservation Programs. It's been a 5-year target, it's been achieved on time. And the National Drug Master Plan has been moved to the operational plan, and the work on the white paper being implemented. We did indicate that this, working with the DPME, they made proposals, as I did indicate that this APP also has been characterized by these rigorous engagements with DPME as well. There was a recommendation that we need to move it because there's lots of work that is still being done, including at the network level. The last three relates to the work on Program 5, which is about a number of youth participating in skills. This has been moved to the operational plan, and also the NPO mentorship model implemented. This has been achieved, and the NPO payment system implemented. This has been already achieved, and the system is now ready for being rolled out, which is a target that we have. So, honorable members, you see that not that you have just removed them, some of them have been replaced by something else in terms of what then is a process that needs to be attained. We did then indicate that there are new targets that we have included as well because of many other reasons. One of them under Program 4, so in total there's 5 new targets that have been added. So we removed those 9, and then it's only the 5 that are new. One relates to Program 4, the monitoring and evaluation framework for the Social Service Professionals Act. This needs to be approved before the end of the financial year. The national strategy on active aging approved. You will recall that in October, we've got a program on active aging, and most of it is usually visible around the end of October, coinciding with our October month, which is this month, and we have those older persons in terms of the active aging activities, including the choir, the competitions, as well as quite a number of other codes that they perform and they run in wherever, and this is done in different provinces. We have a policy on social development services to persons with disabilities approved. We have included this work. One of the issues that has led the country as well to be grey listed are issues relating the space within the NPO. So we thought it's important that we include a target on the NPO money laundering and terror financing as a risk assessment conducted, which is what we have done. And I did indicate also that the NPO electronic system has been developed and is ready to be rolled out. So we wanted them to have that alignment. And then the rest of the targets then are those targets that has been carried over from the previous financial years, and which then gives the detail then of the presentation. So that one save time, maybe there's an opportunity then to allow the different programs to present at this level. Maybe just a few issues that I can highlight here under Program 1 is that we will continue to implement the NDC governance and oversight framework, which is part of the commitments that we have made to strengthen our ability to render better services. And maybe I'll move from these summaries and move straight to Program 1. So as the SD will continue then to provide, implement the NDC oversight framework, which assists us in terms of informing the extent to which we are able to engage with various development partners. We have seen their importance in areas and in times where it was difficult for us to be just alone in providing some of the services. During the floods, we partner with various stakeholders during COVID-19. We also strengthened our ability and capacity to provide the much needed services. This is the same as the stakeholders, which as a department we have developed over years a donor and management strategy, which we will continue to implement, and we provide regular reports as well. On the M&E, the two financial, this is our last year now in terms of developing this electronic M&E system. It's been piloted, successful, and this is now ready to be implemented in some of the provinces. So these are some of the targets in this current financial year, because the system is there, but one of the key challenges is about its implementation as well as the costs towards it, the capacity. So the focus is that the system has been developed. Now we need to build capacity for the provinces and also to determine their state of readiness for them to implement. On the finance, I did indicate this is just about us continuing to obtain an unqualified audit opinion in terms of our annual financial statements that are there. I'll then invite Mr. Ndaba, Kumbula Ndaba, to take us through issues of the IT HR as well as legal services, and then we'll be concluding program 1, and then we'll move to program 2 and 3, as well as 4 and 5. To you, Chairperson, let me allow Mr. Kumbula now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Shenge. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Good morning, Minister, as well as colleagues. The first issue that I need to deal with relates to information management system and technology, which is NISPIS. The output there is we want to implement national integrated social protection information system. Now, of course, we want to do so in this financial year, which is 2023-2024. Now, there are often questions about what NISPIS is, and I want to simplify it in this way, that it is essentially a central communication platform between the social cluster member departments. It is a repository of social services provided by the cluster to the citizenry, and it also facilitates efficient and effective social service delivery. So in essence, NISPIS provides relevant authorities with real-time information about the services that we provide, as well as the beneficiaries who receive those services. And there are quite a few things that we want to achieve in this financial year, but for this purpose, I don't think it's necessary for me to go through all of them, unless a committee feels that I should. But let me then move to the next one, which is the strategy for the employment of social service professionals. We want this strategy to be approved, and once it is approved, and the approval process should happen this year, and it should be approved by cabinet. Of course, this strategy was consulted widely with quite a number of parties and government departments were involved in the development of the strategy, and we are quite certain that it takes into account all the issues that relate to social ills that affect not just government and government departments that are concerned, but society as a whole. Now, the next issue, of course, okay, then of course, the important issue for us is to really outline where we are with the social service professionals or the strategy itself, and how many social work, and indicate how many social workers we have employed up to so far. Now, in the DSD, we have employed 22,168 social service professionals. Now, out of the 22,168 social service professionals, 18,000 comes directly from the DSD sector. Now, 934 are from DBE, and 1,865 from DCS, which is Correctional Services, and SAPS 283, and Department of Defense is 138. Some of the departments that should have been listed here are not here because they didn't give us information. But of course, we continue to follow these departments so that we get a sense of the number of social service professionals they have employed to date. And we do so because we've taken a conscious decision that social ills impact all of us, and that all government departments have a duty and a responsibility to employ social service professionals. But besides that, we also contracted 3,288 social service professionals for the period ending 31st March 2022, through the presidential stimulus package. Now, of course, most of these would have their term term would have ended, but some provinces decided to continue using other measures and internal budget to fund the employment of this cohort of social service professionals. It is for this reason that it became necessary for us to develop a strategy that would absorb the remaining number of unemployed social service professionals, including those who are actually coming in, who are being produced by the institutions of higher learning. There's an additional pool of social service professionals in the NPOs, in the CSOs, as well as the private sector organization that is helping also to address and or to respond to the social ills in society. Now, this slide deals with the cost for the employment of social service professionals. I did indicate earlier that between now and 2030, for us to realize the objectives of the NDP, which is 55,000 social service professionals, will require 31,744 social service professionals. So we've got 7 years basically to do that. Now we did a costing of this as we were engaging National Treasury, and we realized that we would require 9.5 billion rands to actually do this. But to make it easier on the pairs, given the fiscal position of the state, we decided that we should phase the implementation of the employment of social service professionals over a period of 6 years. So in year 1, we are looking at employing plus minus 5,290 social service professionals at a cost of 1.5 billion or 1.6 billion thereabout. And that will continue right up to year 6. And that once that is concluded, we would have then employed the total of 31,744,000 social service professionals, which, as I said, will cost us 9.6 billion rand. Now, but it's important to look at what this means for provinces. Now, of the number that I referred to earlier, which is 5,290, of course, each province has got to employ a certain percentage or a certain number. Eastern Cape is required to employ 1,180 social service professionals during the same period, which will constitute 23% of the total number at a cost of 367 million. And then Free State would require 288, which is 6% at a cost of 95 million. Gauteng 865, which is 17% at a cost of 271 million. Northwest 235, which is 2% at a cost of 31 million. 541 from Mpumalanga, which is 8% at a cost of 127 million. KwaZulu-Natal 802, which is 16% at a cost of 255 million. And then Limpopo 601, which is 12% at a cost of 191 million. And then Northern Cape 289, which is 8% at a cost of 127 million. And the same for Western Cape. That would then constitute 12,290 for the first year. And of course, this will continue in the following year for the next 6 years until we reach the 31,000 number that I referred to. The last issue relates to legal services. Buthelezi spoke to this at length. So, but essentially, there are quite a number of bills that we had to look at, and we decided for a variety of reasons to prioritize only 3. There are And one of the reasons we did this was to look at where we are with each of the bills. But secondly, we also look at our capacity to process the bills, as well as the ability of Cabinet and Parliament to process the bills, given the fact that a lot of work is required here, but also the fact that this is a shorter year, given that we will be going to elections in the coming year. So the first one is the approved SASSA Amendment Act, and of course, once we want this act to be approved, we want to submit a draft SASSA Amendment Bill to Cabinet for approval to introduce the bill to Parliament. The second one, we want an approved Victim Support Services Bill. Of course, we want to submit the Victim Support Service Bill to Cabinet for approval with a view to introduce it to Parliament. And lastly, we want to approve or want an approved NDA Amendment Bill. And the idea, of course, in this financial year is to submit the NDA Amendment Bill to Cabinet for approval to solicit public comments. Thank you very much. I think that covers my area.
Yes. Yes, thanks, we are moving. I'm sorry, Chair, we'll move to program 3 on the various comprehensive social security policies and legislation. So Ms. Brenda Spero will take us through.
Thank you very much, Dr. Telezi, and greetings to Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, and greetings also to our Minister and our colleagues in the meeting. On the social security policy work, next slide, please. There's a couple of policies that we have been working on, which we are hoping to take to the next step in the current financial year. The first one, I guess to make some, to introduce this thing is primarily to say that a lot of the policy work that we do, all of it in fact, regarding the social grants, is work that then informs what SASSA does in terms of the delivery of the social grants. We in some instances change the policy when we identify implementation challenges, or also when what we are starting to do, or we started to do, is to recognize the importance of income support, or to recognize the importance of income support as just one aspect of dealing with poverty, and understanding that poverty itself manifests in multiple ways. So it's not adequate to only provide income as a way of dealing with poverty. There are other interventions that need to be put into place. And it's not only government's responsibility to deal with poverty, but society as a whole. But where government makes a contribution, it's important that we ensure that we coordinate and consolidate the interventions that government does to address poverty in such a way that they work together to be mutually reinforcing. So the first two policies that we are presenting there are around trying to actually achieve that. The first one about the children's grant. I think we presented this to Parliament a while ago, I think a month or so ago, the policy on integrating children's grant beneficiaries with other services, so that we make sure that in addition to a child support grant or a foster child grant or a care dependency grant, we make sure that those children who are already identified as vulnerable from an income perspective are also then able, through the way in which we integrate services, to access other social protection benefits, such as access to early childhood development, access to schooling, access to healthcare, and so on, by really working with other government departments to locate those children and ensure that every other benefit that they should be getting, they are also able to access. That's the first policy work. What we are hoping to do in the current financial year is take that policy. We've completed the policy work now. We want to begin to take it through to approval processes through Cabinet, but we'll start with the technical working committee, which is the first step towards approaching Cabinet for approval of the policy. A similar piece of work is related policy is the next one on drafting a policy on the draft policy on maternal support. We want to also submit that to the technical working group. The maternal support one is about making sure that we support pregnant women before they actually give birth, so that they themselves will have a higher chance of giving birth to healthier children, that we can really be able to ensure that those children, as soon as they are born, are more easily able to access the child support grant. So it's trying to kill a couple of birds with the same stone by introducing this policy proposal. And we are hoping that we can start taking into cabinet for consideration. And then I don't know, the slides have gone ahead of me. So I'll go quickly. I won't talk to the 18 to 59 policy. The Tabani spoke to it quite a bit. The only thing we're hoping to do in this year is also now actually start working towards tabling the policy for cabinet to approve, so that we can translate the 350 grant into a permanent income support policy. Obviously at a higher amount and more institutionalized in SASSA as an additional grant that they provide for the 18 to 59 age group. The next one. So the other work that we are doing also is to begin to ensure that the policy that we are implementing gets implemented correctly at SASSA. The disability evaluation mechanism or disability grant medical review processes, we will be auditing those in the current year. We did a small audit last year. We want to do a much deeper one this year to make sure that the way in which the assessments are done is in fact in line with the policy that we have set up, to make sure that only the people who qualify and need disability benefits are able to access them. And then we also want to look at, this one is about contributory social security. It's something that is not in place yet, but I think a lot of the portfolio committee members are aware of many stars, like soccer stars and musicians and so on, who can be famous and rich for a short while. But because they are not working in a formal environment where they have a salary every month and they know what they're going to get, they are not able really to insure themselves for retirement and death and disability benefits. There isn't a system, a platform in place for them to do that. This policy is about addressing that, making sure that people who are in informal employment or in atypical types of employment are also able to insure themselves for certain risks through creating a platform that recognizes the flexibility of their income and the flexibility of the infrequent ways in which they might be getting income, but making sure that should they reach retirement, they do have a platform through which they have saved. That we are wanting to take that policy also to cabinet for approval. And the Social Security Review is a publication that we want to institutionalize in the department, which really is about getting South Africans, getting academics, getting people who are not necessarily in government to talk about social security issues and popularize the importance of social security in the country. So we will be publishing another one we're hoping to publish another one in the current year, which will be focusing primarily on how social security has impacted and been impacted by COVID-19 and how it has been able to respond to issues of COVID. Then the last one that we will be doing from the policy side is to progress the work on a social security legislation, which tries to ensure that there's proper institutional design, there's proper benefit design, there's nobody who's excluded from social security coverage. But in the current year, what we want to do is just do the white paper, which will then lead to legislation at a later stage. So we hope to be able to do the draft white paper in the current financial year. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are now moving to problem 4. I did extend apology on behalf of Ms. Isabella, but the managers are here, but I'll try and run through it quickly because I understand there are connectivity levels as well around the building. So that we save time, I think on the issues of children's legislation and females, there are 3 issues. One is about us building the capacity of the sector so that they are able on the implementation of the Children's Act. So in the target that we're having for the current financial year, about 30% of the whole workforce needs to be trained and capacitated on the workforce. The second issue relates to our interventions on teenage parent program. We want to reach 40 districts so that we are able to build capacity. And another one is on the white paper on families. So what we are planning to do in the current financial to submit this revised white paper on family to cabinet for approval. On our response to HIV and AIDS as a department, there are three few areas. The work that we are doing here, by and large, is about building capacity. So we target various districts in terms of doing that work. There's also a program on the G2G, government to government. We are doing with USAID in terms of providing training at various levels, targeting young people, targeting orphans and vulnerable youth. We also have percentage of children and provide support at various districts as well. So these are some of the interventions that we're doing. And if you look at the distribution of our targets, it's come mainly on the issue relating capacity. So it's our response to HIV and AIDS in terms of capping the behavioral aspect of HIV is about building capacity and providing support. And we will be then in this current financial year targeting and working with various provinces as well as the number of districts as outlined here without going so much into the detailed chairperson. On the children's services, I don't know, on the children's services, the next slide. Sorry? On the children's services, I think there's quite also a number of work that relates to building, also building capacity on various intervention. One of them is about building capacity relating to the practice guidelines on the national inter-country adoption. On that work, 1-2 will be targeting 6 provinces on this. We'll continue to monitor the implementation guidelines for community-based prevention and early intervention services to vulnerable children. We'll be targeting all 9 provinces. We'll also continue to monitor implementation of the intersectoral protocol on the prevention and management violence against children, child abuse, neglect, and exploitation in the 9 provinces. We'll also continue to monitor implementation on the program of action on the foster care. All 9 provinces will be targeted in terms of these are targets that have been there, and we're continuing to monitor to implement them even in the next financial year. When it comes to the professional and social services and other person, these are 2 new targets I've indicated on Chairperson. 1 is on us submitting the monitoring and evaluation framework for Social Service Professionals Act 1978 to ESCO for approval. The second one is about, which is also a new target, is about the development of a national strategy on aging. I did indicate that's work that is what we want to do. And in the current financial year, we'll be developing that particular strategy, as I said. In our response to social development towards social crime prevention and anti-substance abuse, there are 3 main, there are about 5 targets that we have. 1 is about continuing to implement the DSD anti-gangsterism strategy in the 9 provinces, and the provinces have identified high-risk districts with parents and school-going children that we want to target in terms of reaching them on the anti-gangsterism strategy. We'll also be conducting 30 integrated awareness campaigns in the prevention and early intervention measures so that we're able to cap some of the social issues, including victim empowerment program, gender-based violence, social crime prevention, substance abuse. So we'll be targeting campuses of institutions of higher learning here in various periods throughout the year, and making sure that we're able to conduct these awareness campaigns. When it comes to the implementation of the treatment, universal treatment curriculum, we'll continue then as a department to monitor its implementation, with the implementation is happening at various centers. Also, we will submit the prevention and treatment for substance use disorders policy to cabinet for approval. And finally, we'll conduct 15 capacity building to various conduct 15 capacity building sessions on the implementation of the psychosocial support service policy on the hotspots. There's 1 target relating to the Office on the Rights of the Child. This is one of the work that you're doing, and we'll continue to develop the 5th. In the current financial, we'll be developing the 5th draft NPAC report document. On services to persons with disability, There are 3 targets that are there. One, in the current financial year, we'll be doing a capacity building of 2 provinces of the guideline on respite care services for families and children with the persons with disability. This is the work that we are dealing with the Japan, the JICA, which is Japan Institute for, this is the work that we are doing with them as a development partner. And some of this work is funded by them. And secondly, we'll conduct research to map social development services supporting independent living within the community for persons with disabilities. And finally, we will be incorporating all the public comments. When we presented before you, Chairperson, and you will see in the 4th quarter report, which we are here to present, is how we've concluded this work on the policy of persons with disabilities. And the work that we were starting to do now is about getting for is gazetting of this policy for public comment, and will then be incorporating some of the inputs that should be received. And finally, Chairperson, the 2 areas then that we want to take through you is program 5. Mr. Nechipal will be presenting on concept development, and then will then be presenting the budget aspects by the acting CFO. Thanks, Mr. Nechipal.
Thanks so much. Shenge. Let me greet the Minister, Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and members. I think this is the last program that we have, but I think it's the key program that we have. If you have listened to the Comprehensive Social Security, one of the things that the social development approach deals with is the issues of social protection and the social investment. The Department of Social Development provide a lot of services to which include grants and others. But in program 5, we focus on building capacity of the communities so that they are sustainable and they are resilient, and also strengthen the networks around them. And also, while addressing the issues of social protection, we focus on dealing with the social development outcomes that include reduce the vulnerability, increase income, including the job creation. You will see the second target will be also the issues of job creation, improve food security, improve well-being and empowerment of people. We have realized that I think people need to be empowered and most of the time conscientized, and thereby creating a resilient and empowered communities through capacities and the capabilities of the communities. In this program, we've got 9 programs that I think I will go through. First one is about the issue of the social policy. And it came handy, our minister requested when she arrived, what is the status of people? Who are we targeting? You realize that Status A published reports, but they're not so as detailed as to know the status of the people. And social development is key in doing household and community profile. We can tell you exactly in this village how many communities are there, how many households, what are the children doing. And I think in different provinces, we have seen this emerging as one. So we will produce an annual state of the people's of the South African report that will inform the SONA. And when SONA is presented, we'll be able to have this report that will be presented to the country to see. On the issues of job creation, we participate in the EPWP work opportunity programs where we have targeted over 178,000 work opportunities through the program. The next program is community mobilization and empowerment. You realize that communities need to be mobilized. And one of the outcomes that we need is the identification of those that are vulnerable, and also creation of social cohesion, and also addressing social ills through prevention. We have targeted to capacitate up to the level of a district 11 districts, because others were already targeted in the previous year, 18 districts already done. We will also ensure that we monitor the participation of our departments in all 9 provinces on the DDM. The report that we get initially, the challenge was that DDM was taking place, but it was not. It was only focusing on COPSA issues. But the department need to participate so that the one report that we have must incorporate all the issues that deals with the poor people. That also target those that are vulnerable. That also ensures that there's improvement within community when we are creating vibrant and resilient community. We will also submit. There was a public outcry in terms of when people goes to communities, especially the care workers, even the community health workers and the agricultural officials. They need to be guided. So we have developed the National Community Development Policy that we will present it to the Cabinet for approval this financial year. On the issue, we have developed a youth policy, which also assists to implement the national policy that NYD has published. We will monitor its implementation. It has got different pillars, which I will not go through, that we ensure that starting from mobilizing these youth, where are these youth? What do they do on a daily basis? We need to mobilize them and then ensure that during our war room meetings, we are able to present to all stakeholders and governments. The other areas of importance, the department manages or administers the NPO Act that is responsible to register all community-based organizations to be legal entity. And one of the responsibilities to ensure that we register them timely and fast. So we have planned that in the previous slide no, you don't need to go there, that we will register all qualifying NPOs within 2 months, 100% of them. And then we will also, once an NPO is registered, they need to comply. So one of the things that we do is to monitor the compliance of NPOs to the NPO Act and we need to process 80% of those reports so that we know which ones is there. You will realize that we will be starting with issues of deregistration of those non-compliant NPOs. But I think one of the responsibility we have is to report on the process that we have. I think Tawani raised the issue of the FATF findings, the grey listing. We have put this target that we need to develop the NPO sector risk assessment so that all those NPOs that are regarded as risks are supervised and monitored on a weekly, monthly basis. And also the issue of the NPO electronic system that we want to develop. We will also on sustainable level in food security. We develop annual report on the implementation of the food and nutrition program. There's a lot of work that has been done here, the studies, and also how we should increase the number of community and nutrition development centers that feed communities, people within communities. And the report will indicate in terms of which areas there's a need and which areas do you need to expand to. One of the things that we need to do as part and parcel of social poverty alleviation is the linking of social protection beneficial to sustainable livelihood. This is a program that we targeted 30,000 social protection beneficiaries to be linked. This means issues that relates to what the minister has been preaching about, the issues of social entrepreneurship, ensuring that we empower our youth and women so that they are self-sustainable. We also have developed, we will submit a sustainable livelihood framework to Cabinet for approval and do some evaluations, conducting design evaluation on the linking of social protection and sustainable livelihood. The last program is population development. What we will do here, we will draft progress review report on the implementation of the population policy and also submit government sexual and reproductive justice strategy to the minister to approve for cabinet. And also one of the important areas that this unit does is the issue of going up to the level of municipality and training municipality on the integrating migration and urbanization into the IDPs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, now Minister.
Good morning.
Just the last slide, just in terms of the allocations, Chairperson and members. So if we look at the initial allocations that we had for the 2022-23 financial year, the increases there is only for some of the things that we have for the next financial year. But I want to stand still into slide 47, where with the department I have received additional funding for the 23-24 financial year. Yes, so in terms of our compensation of employees, there is an increase that we received for the cost of living for the prior cost of living agreement that the department or the government has agreed to. So we've received 15, 16 and 16.2 million over the MTF period for our personnel for that initial cost of living adjustments. Then the 350 grant, we all know that National Treasury has granted the extension for the payment of the 350 grant for this financial year. The current agreement is that the grant will stop in 2024. Therefore, there's only a one-year allocation of 35.7 billion that has been given to us for the continuation of the grant. The other areas on normal inflation adjustments on the social assistance grants, there you see it's 5.8, 9.1 and 14 billion over the MTF period. This relates to the inflation increases in the rand value of the grants for the various grant types, but also make some provision for increases in the beneficiaries that eligible for payment. Then the last 400 million that's been allocated for SASSA administration to give the additional funding for the administration of the SRB 350 grant. Then the next slide is, there's a link that I want to post to the committee, that slide 26 in terms of the APP targets for social assistance. The allocation of the social assistance that you see there, the 253 billion, we will continue to transfer this money to SASSA for them to pay our social grant beneficiaries for this financial year. So that is still in terms of the APP. Then moving back to slide 48, you can see there's very little increases in terms of our various programs. In fact, some the programs, there is actually a decrease for administration. There's almost a 1% decrease. The increase in social assistance is because of the SRB 350 grant. The social security, the 6% increase is because of the 400 million. Welfare services and community development only received the 1% and the 0.55%. Then if you look at the 24-25 financial year, there's decreases. That's because it was only for an annual once-off increase in one financial year. You will see the decreases both in social assistance and social security. The last slide is on just in terms of our economic classification. Chairperson, you can see that there's no increases for our personnel as well as for our goods and services. On transfers and totals, only 2%, but that's because of the once-off allocations, and then there's a small increase in inflation in terms of capex. So other than that, Chairperson, the department is pretty much stick with what they have for the MTF period. We will continue to engage Treasury for our pressures that we have in terms of our manner that we need to achieve, but that we will include in our 2024 MTF period. Thank you, Chairperson.
Finally, Chairperson, the area that we need to cover is to, as Chairperson knows, we'll be having our budget vote that we'll have on the 30th of May. And just one slide then, just to brief the committee, can assist if it's not moved. We have our budget vote, and our approach as DSD is that this will be more reflective and forward-looking, where we'll start by taking stock and consolidating the past and present commitments as well as the achievements. We'll try and outline what the Minister of Course and the DM will outline their key priorities for the future. And these are some of the areas that we thought the budget vote will highlight in terms of the achievements and non-achievements or the commitments that you have made. When the commitments that the Minister made in the 2022 budget vote and those that are in the Minister's performance agreement. Also reflecting on the DSD portfolio social relief interventions and innovation, especially because they've been in high demand, given some of the social aids as well as some of the disasters and so forth. What are the prioritized programs for improvement, strengthening, as well as those that we need to upscale? What are the program and services to be implemented through cabinet approved, including the DDM? Will also be taken through our DSD partnership and the value add that we are able to derive from that, and will also be qualitative and quantitatively sharing in our budget votes our high impact projects that we have at the societal level, and the progress that we have made towards the implementation of the SONA commitments as well as those that are in our APP. And what are some of the prioritized legislations, given that we are concluding the sixth administration, as this is the last year? What are some of the prioritized legislation and policies that we have? This budget vote will be presented on the 30th of May, is scheduled to take place on the 30th of May, and it falls within the Child Protection Week, which is an important calendar week for us in terms of us taking stock of our child protection measures, and the dates for the NCOP have not been communicated. We heard that this budget vote will take place physically at S12A in Cape Town, and the venue caters for 60 people, which include everyone that needs to be there. The theme for the event has not yet been firmed up and concluded, but we understand that it falls within the launch of the during the space of the Child Protection Week. We will be having a launch of this Child Protection Week on the 28th of May as part of the build-up activities, which will culminate into this budget vote, and the closure will take place in Cape Town. So definitely the opening, it needs to take place in Western Cape, and this is linked as well to some of our program that we have, including the RESIHA program. That's the one that is there to try and assist in terms of highlighting our child protection and the resilience of these particular children as they've been able to see. And the build-up services will include the launch of the awareness campaign against substance and alcohol abuse that is targeting youth, especially those I did share with you. One of the targets is about visiting most of these institutions of higher learning, so that we are able to launch some of this. So this way it ends, Chairperson, and through you, we are recommending as this department that the portfolio committee of social development considers the annual performance plan as we have presented it of this department. The committee notes the DSD budget vote that will be tabled on the 30th of May, and support the activities towards the budget votes. And with that, we thank you, Chairperson, and the honorable members kindly for the time you've afforded us. Thank you. I'm handing back to you, to Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Department. Now, it was a long presentation, I understand anyway, but I think the time is already past 12 for the two honorable members that requested to be excused for an hour. So those that are present will be able to interact with the presentation. I see the hand of Honorable Lizelle now.
Chair,
Hello.
I'm also raising my hand, but my gadget is refusing to put it. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Mangani. Okay, maybe other honorable members will follow. Let's give over to Honorable Lizelle van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much to Shenge and the colleagues for the presentations. I know now is not the platform, but I think just after our interaction with the AG this morning, Chairperson, at some stage we will have to delve into the issues of the vacancies at our department, particularly the critical vacancies such as the DG and others. And we also need to, again, as a department, also sit down and discuss with our department around the issue of consequence management and the need to prioritize investigations and those long outstanding investigations into financial misconduct. Chairperson, to the presentation this morning, I've got a few clarity-seeking questions. Now, I think it was slide 10. We speak about finalizing the regulations of the Children's Amendment Act, and I mean that this was a target in the 2022-2023 APP, and it was then moved to this 2023-2024 APP because the department had to wait for Parliament to finalize its work. And then, of course, the President signed the amendment bill into law at the end of last year. But it's now 4 months later and the regulations are not done. And while, normally this type of time frame would be reasonable, this Amendment Act, however, was required to address an urgent crisis in the foster care system, which we all know has been a problem or ongoing for decades and has resulted in multiple court extensions. So my question then is, when will these regulations be ready? And will the department present them to the committee before publishing them in the Government Gazette, considering how important we've regarded these matters? And then again, on the Children's Amendment Bill, I think it goes without saying that now we want to see DSD actively training social workers across the country on the Children's Amendment Bill and how the changes will impact their work. For example, social workers should now, how they should go about assisting orphaned children in the care of relatives. They now need to learn to refer orphans to this child support top-up grant instead of to the foster care processes. But there's no target related to this in the APP. So again, how will this crisis in the foster care system be addressed if the department is not planning to train social workers on this major change in law? If they can just give me clarity in this regard. And then also on slide 10, there was a mention about an integrated schools health plan to curb teenage pregnancies, which has been consolidated and achieved under program 4. And I would like to get more information about this program, if this plan could be submitted to our portfolio committee possibly. Then on the employment of social services professionals, I want to thank the department for giving us more information about this plan that they've put together, the approved sector plan. We note now that it's going to go to cabinet and that there's ongoing engagements with Treasury. However, the plan requires billions in order for us to meet our target of 55,000 social workers. So my question really becomes, What if Treasury tells us no to these billions, that they can't, fund these extra social workers? Does the plan actually look at the capacity of other departments to absorb social workers? In other words, if there's not those billions allocated for the employment of social workers, can the social workers be absorbed across the various departments? In other words, would there be capacity for that? If Treasury does tell us that they'll give us those billions for the employment of social workers, there was a slide that spoke to the amounts or the that would need to be allocated to provinces. And again, I would like to ask whether we would see to it that those funds, if in the case that we do get the additional budget from Treasury and this plan is approved, will those funds that are sent to provinces, will it be ring-fenced? Because in the past, we've seen that once we give monies to provinces for them to use to employ social workers, it is actually used on other competing priorities. And then also just, I think in the past, the minister has mentioned that she's not only speaking to departments and Treasury, but she's also speaking to big business in terms of her plan of seeing to it that we absorb all social workers. So maybe just if there's still that plan of speaking to organizations outside of government to assist us in the employment of social workers. Then I think it would be remiss of me not to talk about the current crisis as it pertains to the to NGOs and the NGO sector. I think in the past, when we've raised this matter in the Portfolio Committee, we've often been told that NGOs are not paid on time because they do not comply, or it's compliance issues. But in fact, now the reality is that both in Gauteng and in KwaZulu-Natal, there are plans afoot to cut budgets to NGOs. And one newspaper actually termed this that there's another Isidimeni loading, because as soon as you take funds away from NGOs that are providing vital services on behalf of the state, these NGOs are looking after people with disabilities, GBV victims, the elderly, children in need. So really, I would like to know, going forward, considering these budget cuts to NGOs, what interventions can National DSD or are you proposing to assist this crisis that is currently unfolding in these two provinces? I did raise it before, but clearly if we talk about our performance plans and our goals and programs going forward, then of course the role and responsibility of NGOs and all our plans cannot be disregarded. And if we have organizations closing their doors who no longer can provide services to the very people that this department is supposed to look after, then I think it's really a crisis that deserves our attention. And then finally, Chairperson, there's a lot of talk always in our presentations about interventions around teenage pregnancies, drug abuse, combating substance abuse, gangsterism. But, again, like we've said previously, these goals and programs remain black and white on these pieces of paper. We never, as a committee, really delve into what these programs entail and how we plan to, whether they really make a difference in terms of turning around the issues that we face on the ground, because we know teenage pregnancies are increasing, we know substance abuse is increasing. And so I would like to appeal at one stage that we delve deeper into these programs. And similarly, with the issue of this department's role and responsibility in terms of fighting gender-based violence, this presentation speaks again about leading Pillar 4 and having, that it needs to make interventions, or it is assisting in all the pillars. But really, we never get an indication from the department as to what it is doing in terms of assisting, what has been the progress year on year that they're making in terms of their interventions, and what is the progress in solving our crisis that is gender-based violence. Because we speak about these programs, we see them, we see the commitment made, but we never get to the point where we actually speak about the change, whether the commitments that they're making and the inputs that they're giving to these pillars are making a real change. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Lisa. Can we get to Honorable Mangani?
Thank you very much, Chair. I must also congratulate the department of their the presentation. I wanted to just check quickly, Chairperson, to ask the DSD if they can also elaborate or inform us about which district to be capacitated on the teenage pregnancy, teenage parent program. On that question, I wanted to know if the department is working hand in hand with the Department of Health in order to achieve this target. The other question that I just want to get clarity is on that one of substance abuse. I wanted to know if the department is doing this program together with other departments, because if it's alone, I don't think we could achieve it, even together with that one of teenage pregnancy, because the one of the teenage pregnancy, I think it wants us to work hand in hand with the sports, arts, and culture, because are the ones that are dealing mostly with social cohesion. And in this time, I think the sports, arts, and culture is underfunded. I don't know how are we going to deal with that, because alone we won't be able to do justice to what we wanted to achieve. What is the status of government sexual and reproductive justice strategy to table before cabinet? So, Chair, I wanted to ask those few questions. The others is that one that we will deal with it when we are not doing the with budget. The one of the consequence management, the one that we have seen last, it sparked a debate in the media of the cards. I wanted us to, when we've got time, to talk about it thoroughly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mangani. Honorable Murray, followed by Honorable Aris, and followed by Honorable Mshong.
Thank you so much, Cheche. I also would like to say thank you for all the inputs this morning. But Che, I'm having a concern. Look at the time, it's 19 minutes past 12. The bus is coming at 12:30. And even in the bus, you can't hear, even if you have your earphones on, because people are making a noise. I'm really having a concern that we are having all these inputs that's taking 3-4 hours, and when the members must contribute, it is a very short space of time to input. So, Chair, I also would like to agree with our first member about putting these things on paper. It's always looking very good. The gender-based violence, the teenage pregnancies, the drug abuse, alcohol abuse, disaster management, all these things are the things that is affecting us each and every day. If you come and ask the question of how many drug houses, how many rehab centers did social development build or implement, or whatever the case may be, then you don't have answers. They're giving you all these programs, but they don't tell you how these programs are going to be implemented. The same with disaster management. Look at what is happening in the Free State, in that small town. People still today did not get any assistance when that flood happened there by the mines. We look at youth centers, there's no skills developments. Our youth are going to drugs because there's nothing for them to do. We talk about rehab, we're talking about skills development, job creations, and all these things. The unemployment that is so high at the very moment. There's nothing concrete that they're going to say by in the next 6 months or in the next year, this is where we're going to be, this is what we're going to do. In this province, in that province, we're going to build this and this and this. It is not saying all these things. It's just basically, like the previous member was saying, it's on black and white, but it is not being implemented like we always say, it's not been implemented. Look at the EPWP, Chairperson. It is a program that is running. for 6 months, and after 6 months, these people are unemployed again. The basic salary of that people is 1,200 or something. I'm not sure how much it is at the moment now. But I mean, it is even undermining what President Ramaphosa was saying, that is the maximum or the minimum wage implementation is supposed to be 3,500 rand. These people are getting 1,200. Is it undermining the unions, or is it undermining President Ramaphosa by saying the minimum salary increase is supposed to be 3,500? If you look at our living conditions now, we have more social ills at the very moment because of this drug abuse and because of unemployment and all the problems that is happening in our country at the moment. And then we still have a shortage of social workers. I think I've been in this committee now for 1 year and 2 months. And it is the same song that we are singing for the year and 2 months. The others have been here 5 years, 10 years. But we are still having a problem with there's a shortage of social workers. No one is saying how they're going to implement these things, that all the departments must have social workers. Chair, my problem with the gender-based violence, women that's being abused, there's no safe house for them to go to. They're going back to the abuser that is abusing them because they don't have any other way to go and stay, because some of them are not working, and these men that is abusing them are the one that is bringing the income. So Chair, I really plead with this committee. It is no use we are having all these lengthy inputs, and then when we have to contribute, there's a limited of space, but they're not coming up and say exactly what it is, because basically it is just put on paper, but it's not being implemented, Chair. I'm having a big problem because our committee, our portfolio is the biggest portfolio because everyone comes from us. Health, education, everything is coming from us. But we never have interactive meetings where we know what is health, like Mayor Jane was just saying now. What is health doing? Is health implementing this thing of teenage pregnancies or what? What is education doing about the teenage pregnancies? Nothing has been said about that, Chairperson. So it looked like every week we are just going in circles and we're coming back to the same thing and we discuss the same things, and it's like that all the time, Chairperson. It's just a concern that I'm raising. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paul. Honorable Alice. If Honorable Aris is not connected, can we give over to Honorable Mhlong?
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings once again to the department and honorable members. Let me start off by welcoming the presentation by the departments and ask the following questions. On SASSA, Chair, one would like to know which local offices have been identified to implement the queue management system as presented in the presentation. Also, what are the actual timeframes for the converting of business processes from manual to automated systems, considering that the administrative year is nearing to an end? Again, Chair, what is the strategy to ensure that vacancies at SASSA are filled? Is the strategy cognizant of South African demographics and the required equity principles? And then lastly, on the NDA presentation, which of the 8 NDA programs will be prioritized for marketing, and what is the strategic impact of this? And then lastly, Chair, what is the status of the concept document on economic pathways out of poverty? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Aris. Honorable Aris.
Chairperson, she is indicating on the chat that she's asking the host to unmute her, please.
Yoli, will you please assist on that?
Just checking when the raise, not the host. Is okay.
Is she back? Yes.
Mama Aris?
Yes.
Yes, I just admitted her.
Okay, over to you, Honorable Aris. Will you please, Lindy, also accept Honorable Dekhan? And Honorable Letitia is saying nothing yet. I don't understand what is that.
Honorable Harris is in. I think she just has unmute. Just
She has to unmute herself.
there because he is in the platform. She's muted.
Okay. And Honorable Stock, what's happening? I see she's, in fact, he's saying something I don't understand in the chat.
Chair, I'll phone Member Aris just to check to inform her to unmute herself. Ne?
Okay. You? Why don't we give over to the department whilst? But I wanted to ask all questions so that they are able to answer it all.
Thank you, Chairperson. We understand the. Are we audible on this side?
You are, thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think we, colleagues, we are ready to respond. I think on one part that was asked by Member Nganye was on the status of the sexual reproductive health. What then, in terms of submission to cabinet, we are waiting to finalize the report. We held, as a department, hosted finally the sexual reproductive health conference, which was held in March. The plan was to have had this as early as the third quarter, which period between October and December. But the challenge is that we took time as well when we were conducting these build-ups from various provinces, and there was an overwhelming interest in terms of this. But we are finalizing that work. What will be happening will be coming up also with an implementation plan towards this work. But it was a very resounding success in terms of the conference that we had. I wanted just to clarify that particular area, but of course, the common thread as well has been the emphasis that we come and present in detail some of these interventions that would assist in terms of the social ills, and I'm sure it could be what we can do in terms of building from the workshop that we held, because that's where we're able even to share the impact and exactly of what these interventions are doing. But I understand that even going forward. But let me allow some of the colleagues, Mr. Lechipane, as well as colleagues from Welfare Services, Devon, as well as there was a question on legal services in terms of the regulations. I know, as well as the advocate is here. Thanks. Let me allow Mr. Lechipane, and then followed by the advocate, Devon, as well as Brenda, if there's anything else that is good for problem.
Thank you very much, Tabani. And thanks, Chair, and thanks for the patience. And I think Honorable Giselle asked the question. I'm just going to respond on the issue of the NPO funding and the payments and the challenges that we have. In 2018, we requested National Treasury to do an assessment. It's a peer review assessment on the NPO funding, just to ascertain in terms of the funding that is appropriated for the Department of Social Development. The review identified that one, DSD as a whole is critically underfunded. By that time, it was about underfunded by over 12 billion for DSD as a whole. And for the NPO sector, it was underfunded by over 9.2 billion. Then we said with Treasury to understand that we needed more money because as the years goes by, the needs on the ground grow. There's a lot of social issues that must be dealt with. There's a lot. So that has prompted a lot of challenges within the NPO sector. What we have found now, I think several years back, there were some reduction in the funding of the NPOs in Limpopo and Northwest and Mpumalanga. What we did as a department was to sit down with the province to prioritize their budget. The current issue with regard to Gauteng and the KZN, we have already said, even our minister engaged the peers at the province to begin to intervene that we need to fund those NPOs that the budget cut that is in these provinces. And I think we are winning the battle. We will be able to report to you that I think the budget will be prioritized to fund those. But I think honorable members need to know that we are very, very seriously underfunded as a department, and especially looking at what we do. The cost of living has gone high. Even the salaries of the staff that are in NPOs is lower than any other places. So it's a challenge that we continuously talk to the department, National Treasury. 2 weeks ago, we were in a meeting discussing this issue. Following the Nawongo case, there's been some form of the calculations in terms of how much you should fund, and also the comparison of the costs, the services that are given to children. What is the disparity in different provinces? There's variety of disparity. They just fund in terms of the available budget that we have. But I think we are, I must say, it's something that we still need to talk to National Treasury to add more funding. So we are doing a lot of work similar to the issues of appointment of social work. We're working together with the National Treasury so that we could get funding increased so that we can fund the NPOs and also deal with the scourge and the social ills that we see on the ground. Thank you very much.
I'm sure advocates and also colleagues from SAS as well who are online that I'm sure can respond, but I do understand that there's still a present on Friday. Let me ask Advocate Lala. There was a specific issue on the regulations.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members and Minister.
and colleagues. The question asked by Honorable Mufante relates to this, how far are we with the regulations? As we all aware, the Children's Amendment Act was passed into law last year, and then it was assented to by the President on the 5th of January 2023. We have already developed draft regulations in this regard, and then same will be gazetted to solicit public comments shortly. We are just awaiting the approval from the Ministry for publication to seek public comments. And of course, with regards to the issue that was asked, but I'm going to share it with the committee. Of course, we're going to engage the secretaries in this regard. Thank you very much. There's a response by the Devon on HR, Employment of Social Service Professionals.
Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson, members, Minister, colleagues. With regard to the employment of SSPs, what happens if Treasury does not give money as requested by Honorable Minister Van der Merwe? The strategy is a two-pronged approach. You'll recall in our previous presentations, we spoke about doing a joint bid, which National Treasury did not support. So the bid that has been presented now is specifically for social development departments. That does not take away what we have in the strategy, that we have an intersectoral forum with government departments to employ, and that engagements happens and will continue to happen to ensure that they employ SSPs as part of delivering their core mandate. So we'll continue with that. What happens if National Treasury does give the money? Can the department absorb? The bid is for social development departments, provincial and national, and this has been consulted extensively with the provincial departments, and we are ready to employ as and when the money becomes available. And part of the proposal with engaging National Treasury is that that money should be ring-fenced so that it's not spent on any other items but the employment of SSPs. We want to take that further and have engagements with the CFOs of the provinces and the Premier's office to make sure that not only that they ring-fence it, but how do they increase the compensation for the employment of SSPs. On the last part of the question relating to the engagement with the private sector and big business, that is a conversation and engagement that is ongoing at two levels, at the ministerial level, as well as part of the strategy from a technical level. The intention was to have the low-hanging fruits. It's a government-wide strategy, so to deal with what we can deal with as quickly as possible, but the engagements with big business and the private sector is continuing, including the engagements with other departments who are not necessarily the mandate of providing social services, like COGTA, the employment of municipalities, as well as, for example, science and technology, who would require SSPs to provide psychosocial support to up-and-coming entertainers, etc. So the strategy is very clear on those areas that we would want to engage on. Thank you very much.
No, thanks. Before I allow Mrs. Kosana to add on some of the welfare, especially on the teenage parenting program, I'm sure we'll be able to give details in terms of the actual districts. I'm sure in the APP we don't list them, but we do target a number of districts. We'll give them the reports on those that have been trained and visited. But also I want to confirm that on the issue that was raised by honorable member as well, from the member on the capacity building on the Children's Act, we do target in terms of training, providing training in the workforce, which mainly would be those that are working with children, including social workers. And in the current financial year, we have a target of about 30% of those, and even in this regard, we can give them the detail. But I know there are colleagues as well, Ms. Caesar Magawan, Caesar Mahangwe, who can also give some of the responses relating to issues that have been raised on substance abuse as well as social crime. If then, Caesar, you can respond to some of those issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members of Portfolio Committee. I'll respond on two areas. The first one is substance abuse. The second one is gender-based violence and femicide. With regards to substance abuse, yes, it's true. I agree that substance abuse is an intersectoral matter. No single department will be able to curb the abuse of alcohol. And as a result of the interdependencies with other departments, it becomes a challenge if coordination is not working as it's expected. And from what we have gathered, we have been conducting research together with MRC, Medical Research Council, to try and understand how big is the problem that we are trying to resolve, and also the resources that we have, are they adequate to tackle the challenge? And from those studies, it has been indicated that our biggest problem as a country is alcohol abuse. Drugs are secondary, but alcohol is the #1 drug of choice that is abused by young people. And therefore, if we want to make an impact or a difference, we have to really tackle the issue of alcohol so that we are able to resolve the other drugs that people are addicted to. And in dealing with the issues of alcohol, we then engage the DTIC, the Department of Trade and Industry. They are responsible for the liquor, much as a department we are responsible for drug abuse. But when it comes to the liquor issues, it is the DTIC that they are responsible for that. Although we are working with them, as we say, it's an intersectoral matter. We've given them our inputs. They have drafted a legislation to amend the Liquor Act, because the Liquor Act is outdated. It's not able to really assist us to fight the availability of alcohol. So that policy has been there. The legislation has been there for 5 years. They have not taken it to cabinet, and that in itself it limits us to really resolve the challenges of alcohol, because we are waiting on them to lead us, since they are the ones that are responsible for this. However, we keep on engaging them and persuading them to go to cabinet to make sure that the legislation is approved. And then the second issue on the drugs, the second problem that has been confirmed as well, it is the drugs, especially the heroin mixed with cannabis, which is the problem of Nyaube. When we looked at it as well, we did our assessment. What came out strongly is that the problem that we're having is the drug trafficking itself, how the drugs are coming into our country and the communities. And it has been confirmed that the drugs are coming through the ocean, the sea. That's how a lot of drugs are coming into the country. And the key departments that must also lead to deal with this matter, it is the Department of Transport as well as SAPS, in fighting the drug trafficking, because by the time they come to the communities, we as the Department of Social Development have to respond now and ensure that we provide services. Yet the key thing is to prevent them and make sure that they do not even come to the country. So those are the issues that we have continuously raised with the dependent departments to assist us to make sure that whatever that we do as DSD has an impact, because of we are depending on them to do certain things. And even now, Department of Transport, they're not yet participating. They're not members of CDA. They're supposed to be members of CDA. They're supposed to submit their supply chain demand reduction issues to CDA in order to show CDA how they are fighting the issues of drug trafficking in the country, but they have not done so. So those are some of the challenges that are weakening the very same interventions that we are making as a department. Then the last part, it's about gender-based violence. In terms of gender-based violence, yes, we have a national, the NSP, the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. And that has been a document that has outlined what are the priorities that each department are expected to contribute. And as a department, as we've said, we are leading on Pillar 4, but we are not leading alone. We are together with civil society. And when you look at the main responsibility of DSD is to provide legislations Two is to make sure that legislations are approved, and we then train our social workers on the ground and make sure that they provide quality services. And we have done so with the two legislation. The Domestic Violence Amendment Act, we have been training social workers. Over 200 social workers or more have been trained on the new amendments to say, how do we do the risk assessment? Because that act has made provision that every person that is applying for is applying for protection order, they must first be assessed by a social worker and give a report that will protect them and make sure that they don't die having the protection order on their hands. So those are the things that we have been focusing on, as well as the Sexual Offences Amendment Act. We have also been training social workers on how to conduct impact assessment statement and present them in court. So we have been doing a lot of work around capacity building, making sure that the legislations are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope we are not muted. We note the questions that have also been put on the screen. Some of them relate to SASSA, but Brenton, although Minister did indicate that we come here even when it's only the department present, but we come as a portfolio. So we are noting the questions also that relate specifically to both SASSA and NDA. So I'm sure Mr. Van Frede will be able to respond to specific questions that have been asked. Some are already on the screen, and we hear those that were also made by Honorable Klom as well. So let me allow Brenton from SASSA to respond to those that he can. Thanks.
Thanks, Tabani. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. I think there was a question around what interventions will Department put in place to ensure that we reach the 95% target for the COVID-19 SRD grant. I think this is one of the grants that we've automated the most. So reaching this target is as long as nothing goes wrong and we don't have any system challenges like the startup challenges we had at the beginning of the current financial year, which we don't have because this grant has been extended. So we don't have startup challenges. We generally do get very close to 98, 99% achievement on this target. In terms of the SAPO and SASSA challenge, I think maybe it would be good for me just to give members an update. So as many members may be very concerned that there was this worry that the SASSA gold cards are expiring, and some of them have expired in March. Quite a large amount have expired in April, which would have made the May payment a challenge, and then quite a large number expiring in June as well. Postbank has informed us that over the weekend that they have managed to get an extension of the expiry date on those cards. So the Payment Association of South Africa has extended that expiry date to 31 December, and they have done extensive testing on the cards as well. And at this time, it seems like the cards are working at ATMs and at retailers. So we're hoping that potential crisis is averted when we do the payment run in starting tomorrow. There is also a little bit of discomfort because we've shifted the payment dates backwards by 1 day, largely because as this crisis was unfolding, quite a lot of people came forward to change their bank details from Postbank to another bank. And as a result of that, we had to extend the cutoff date for bank detail changes. Otherwise, we would have gotten quite a large portion of clients changing their bank details but not getting paid because they didn't meet the cutoff date. So we extended that cutoff date by 1 week. Now, obviously, when you extend the cutoff, when you increase the time that particular cutoff date, it also then impacts the day of payment. But SASSA has then tried to condense the processes between the cutoff day and the day of payment by getting our staff to put in overtime, working over weekends and so forth. But we still came out short by 1 day, and hence we had to shift the payment dates out just by 1 day. So instead of a payment starting today, it starts tomorrow. And then the third option there is that SASSA Postbank has now also introduced the cardless transactions, which is something that has been used in the COVID SRD grant environment. And they're hoping to roll that out as well to many of the clients in the other grants. This will then also begin to reduce the sort of reliance on a physical branch or SAPO, which we know is having a challenge of liquidation and so forth at the moment. In terms of there was a question around which offices have we rolled out the queue management system. Initially, for the previous year, we planned to roll it out in 18 offices, 2 in each region, and we managed to do 23. So in the Eastern Cape, we've done, instead of 2 in the Eastern Cape, we've done 4. The initial 2 that was planned was East London, Queenstown, and then we've also done Flagstaff and Bizana. In the Free State, we planned Kwagga and Bloemfontein, which we've done, and in addition, we've done an extra 3, Welcome, Smithfield, and Sasolburg. In Gauteng, we planned Pretoria and Roodepoort, and in addition, we've done Johannesburg. In KZN, we planned Durban and Osizweni, and we've done those 2. Limpopo, we planned Sheshego and Diani, which was completed, and in Mpumalanga, we planned Mbela and Ligwa, which was also completed. Northern Cape was Uppington and Tlogomelo, and in the Northwest, we planned Mafikeng and Rustenburg, and we've done an extra 1 there, which is Joburg. And in the Western Cape, we didn't do the 2 that we've planned, which was Gugulethu and Athlone, but we're hoping still to complete that in the course of the current month. Then there was an issue on staffing, which I think when CEO presents on Friday, she probably delve a little bit deeper into that. But we do have significant budget challenges at the moment, especially as well with the wage agreement that has been reached, and the uncertainty in whether that agreement will be funded or if we will have to fund it from our existing resources, which does impact significantly on the filling of posts. Last year, or the current financial year, we have done quite well in terms of our budget available for the filling of posts, and quite a lot of our posts were filled. Those that were funded were filled. But going forward, we note that there's going to be a significant challenge due to finances. I think that was most of the questions that I've managed to glean from the honourable members.
Thank you, Brenton. I think we almost covered Chairperson in terms of what was asked. Brenda, she wants to make a final comment.
Thanks. Sorry, this is not a final comment. It's just I think there was a question by Honorable Van der Merwe around the issue of whether we are training social workers to be able to redirect applicants for the foster child grant to the top-up grant. The answer is yes, there are plans. We just didn't put it in the APP. It's only in our operational plan, in order to ensure that we over the current financial year, we make sure that all social workers are aware of the top-up grant and that what the criteria for that is, so that those children who are orphaned can access that instead of also then filling up the foster care system. So yes, Honourable Member, it is not in our APP, it's in our operational plans. Thanks.
I think this brings us to the end of it, Chairperson, in terms of these rounds. I'm not sure if we missed any, but we pick up some of the questions from that we posted on the chat box. Over to you, Chairperson. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Department. Can we check Honorable Aris, whether did she manage to join?
Chair, I think there is a technical glitch from her gadget. She's unable to unmute herself, and from my side, I can't. But she wrote, she said that the committee can proceed. She will forward the questions to me so that I can forward the department. But I think there was a question on the chat box from her. I just want to read. She asked, what are the plans to ensure the safety of social workers? Her question, what are the plans to ensure the safety of social workers as they have been attacked, as we have seen recently? What measures are in place to ensure that young girls miss schools due to menstruation, as we have taken a decision on that in the past? Agree with Honorable Lizelle on the high vacancy rates, specifically the one of the acting DG. So that is a question from Member Aris. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. Can we give over to the department to answer that?
Good afternoon, Chairperson, colleagues, once again. With regard to the issue of what plans the department has, I think number one, the department has a responsibility to employees. That is part of the condition of service. What we will do is, depending on the circumstances, I think what the department will do is we will do an assessment of the cases to establish a response, because certain instances will require a specific response without compromising the services to the broader public. There are a number of models that can be used, and as I said, depending on the circumstance. We know for a fact that because paramedics use police escorts in areas that are inaccessible or are dangerous, we can look at that. So the long and the short is that we will do an assessment and to get a good sense of where the cases are, so that our response is appropriate. What we do know is that in service points there should be sufficient security personnel. The same in our child and youth care centers, or what we call secure care centers. We also look at extending the issue of the data allowance to accommodate that. But I think the assessment will give us the basis of thanks.
Medi Peterson, can you please mute your video and your whatever? Thank you very much. Are we done with answering? I was a little bit disturbed by this.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I think we have provided response in that regard, that of course, as part of the provisions on the employment of all officials, their safety is of paramount importance, but also we also believe that at every service point, there will be security personnel that is there in terms of the offices. But also, in addition to that, we do conduct some assessments depending on the areas where they are. And that should be differing from case to case and so forth. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Department. Yeah. Maybe let me also check whether are there any other member that would like to pose the question. I understand that the two comrades that requested to be excused for an hour should have been backed by now, but I know those that are catching the bus, definitely they are in the bus right now, so they might be able. They might not be able to ask anything because in the bus there's that noise. Mama Mangani?
We can't ask anything, Chair. We are just entering Parliament now. Thank you.
Yeah. That's what I know. When you are in a bus, it's really difficult for members to ask any questions and even are unable to listen to us. Yeah. Is there anything from this one? Questions that have been asked. I don't want to comment, my comment is reserved on these things. The reality of the matter, some of them are repetitive things that the honorable members have requested the department to attend to them. Lindiwe?
Hello?
Is there anything up from the department? I don't see any other hands now.
No, Chair, I think we've concluded the business with the department and AG. There's nothing from their side. It was only the internal business of the program. If the committee would see it's necessary to adopt it.
Okay. Can we request, thank you very much. Let me thank you, the department and also the AG's office. I think it's not our last meeting. We'll still continue with the department, but with AG, I think for now we have to thank them for affording their time and to be with us and assist us in the findings. The department also can be excused from this one because it's the internal affairs. Same applies as the AG that is excused in the meeting. Otherwise, thanks everybody for affording time with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to all the honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindy, how many are we as honorable members that are present?
I'll check now, Chair.
I know that Marie Manganye are on their way. Can we check whether Abraham and also Stock, I don't know, Stock left long ago. He was kicked out by the system then.
There we have, okay. Can I just count? We have you, Chair. We have Mama Manganye. We have Mama Pilankulu. In the platform, we have member Aris. We have member Peterson.
Peterson has joined us.
Yeah, she joined us, Chair. Yes, Umedi Peterson. Mama Medi. And we have member Shongo, we have member Prieche, we are Ekoram again.
Okay. Can we allow member Medi to open the video and greet us? Can we request Honorable Medi?
Good afternoon.
Open your video.
Chair, and the noise is heavy. Can I do it at the next meeting, please?
Are you in the bus, Medi? Medi.
Excuse me?
Are you in the bus?
I'm in the bus.
Okay.
Yes.
I know. I sit with you in my took in my chair. Okay, thank you very much. We are welcome, Honorable Medi. It's just that you joined very late, and also we understand that you might have some problem of joining, but next time you will greet us and be seen by everyone. Thanks, Medi. Okay, Lindy.
Hello.
Masiye kwenye item, internal one.
Okay.
What is it?
Okay, Chair. This is just the program for this quarter. Where is it? Okay. Chair, this is the program before the committee for its consideration and adoption, and it becomes an official document of this committee. Chair, today we had a briefing from AG and from DSD, and we are now adopting the third quarter program. Next week, Chair, we'll have this week on Friday, the SASA and NTA will present their APP and budget plans for 2023-24. On the 3rd, Chair of May, we will consider and adopt the committee report on the APP of DSD and its entity. At the same time, we adopt the workshop report as well as the consideration and adoption of the APP of the committee that will be presented by our content advisor. Come to the 17th of May, Chair, the committee will receive a briefing from legal services on the drafting of the committee bill on the Children's Amendment Bill. And then thereafter, the following week, the 24th of May, the content advisor will brief the committee on the clauses, on clauses on the bill and inputs from the public, followed by the department that will present the policy provision for each clauses that will already be presenting before the committee. And then the 31st of May, Chair, the committee will receive a briefing from Department of Police, SAPS in particular, on violence and murder of children, mandates, programs and interventions, stats and impact of interventions and program. I think it's a long-standing item. They couldn't avail themselves when we asked them in our previous invitation. And Chair, from there, we will start with the provincial public hearings on the Older Persons Amendment Bill. The advert is out, Chair, and the closing date is in the 19th of May. But we'll start with Limpopo province, and we'll make a request to visit 4 districts because of the prevalence challenges or issues regarding the elderly. So we'll request that in Limpopo we visit 4 districts. And then the week of the 9th, Friday, that will be the 1st, the Limpopo will be on Friday to Monday. And then the following week, which is the 9th until the 11th of June, we will conduct public hearings in Limpopo province and on Older Persons Amendment Bill. And then the last meeting before we go to a recess, there will be a presentation from DSD on their 4th term quarterly report on the financial and non-financial performance for 2022-23 financial year. And then thereafter, the committee will be on recess for 11 weeks and come back right about the 2nd of September and kickstart with public hearings. Thank you very much, Chair and committee members.
The program, honorable members, what do you say? Is Brenton an honorable member? Because I can see that he's still here. Brenton and Floyd. Why are
My
they
apologies. My apologies.
Yes, please. And Floyd, who's Floyd?
I don't know, Chair. Maybe he's a member of the public.
Okay. Okay, can we then check what are the members saying about this program? Where are honorable members to adopt the working document? Or do we have to start with this program on Friday, Lindy? I don't see any hand.
Thanks, Chair. It's Honorable Shong. I can't raise my hand on the gadget. I think I move to adopt the working program presented by Lindy, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mshongo. Any seconder? Any seconder? You?
Second, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Bilangulu. The program has been adopted by Honorable Mshongo and seconded by Honorable. So we'll regard it as a working document. Thanks ever so much, Honorable members. Is there any other item, Lindy?
Finito, Chair.
Finito, thank you very much. The meeting has adjourned. Thanks ever so much to everyone, the officials and also the honorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Voorzitter. I'm going to end the meeting to everyone. Thank you very much. Bye.